Let's see here. All right, there. Nice, chill background music. Okay, I started playing the autism game again, guys. Sorry. Let me open this up. Pause. Oh my gosh, an hour and 20 minutes. Is the USA? Oh man, yeah, we'll go through some of this today. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of chatter, a lot of chirping, as some of the cooler streamers might say. A lot of chirping about Ukraine, especially since there's all that stuff going on over in Syria, which I've been listening to basically all day long. Let's see. Okay, that's me. How are you guys doing? Oh, Jesus. All right. Let me see here. All right, we're live on YouTube. I'm not going to start the YouTube short stream until we're like in amongst it. So let me see. There were some things that you sent me in DMs, Gas, that I thought we'd go over on stream first before doing anything. No, you're opening on the wrong window. Open on this window. Yeah, there's the Piers Morgan stuff. I think that I need to find a way to be okay with reacting to things that are like, you know, an hour long again. I haven't done that in a very long time. But it feels like everybody else is able to do it and still get, you know, views because they're like big videos that people are going over. I just am such an impatient ADHD, dopamine deprived freak that I can't help myself. Let me see here. Anything else? Alrighty. One thing, I know that we don't have like very many, I think it's just Gas in chat right now, but, what the fuck is going on with Jank, dude? I keep on seeing him going on and talking in such a friendly manner to people that super, like, absolutely deserve no amount of like, oh, well, you gotta hand it to them, or like, oh, well, we agree on this, like, because they don't actually agree on those things, right? I don't know what the fucking deal is. And this was some read. Your mom's in chat? Fuck you, Nair Socks. I wasted 10 years of my life on Pornhub every night. After 1,078 days of Uh, porn free. Why is he censoring porn? And 100 plus hours studying its effects on our brain. Here are my top 6 shocking discoveries that will change your life. You shouldn't do an hour plus react unless you're also making segments out of it. I actually think it's the opposite. I think that hour-long reacts are better for audience retention on live than it is for turning into segments, to be honest. Because people aren't going to like sit there, especially for a small streamer that they're not already like hyper invested in watching all their videos. They're not gonna like click on a video from someone they've never seen before that's an hour and a half long because they're reacting to a 45-minute long video, right? At least that's my understanding and experience. I think he's lost after the election. Here's my thing. I don't think that there's been a point in my life to this point where I've gotten like brain broken like that, right? Like I had one like philosophy induced like existential crisis, but other than that I can't think of anything like on par with anything that I see from like Anna Kasparian or from Jank or anything like that, right? Like it's like actually fucking crazy. And I would even say like Brianna Wu to a certain extent, right? Actually, I would say probably Brianna Wu to a much further extent than Jink, and Anna is somewhere in there. I don't know how far because I don't pay as much attention to her. But yeah, it's just like crazy because I can't imagine. I feel like my entire life there's like a range of beliefs that I've had, right? That all kind of came from the same underlying feeling. And the range of beliefs were largely dictated by what information I had at the time. But I don't think that I've ever, like, you gotta hand it to, like, these people, like, when they're obviously people that I would never hand anything to, you know? I don't know. Maybe I just do have like a very strong, I don't want to say like I'm better than someone else or like I'm more moral, but maybe I just have a very strong like moral grounding as to what I like, moral intuitive or moral intuition that has gotten stronger with more information. I don't know, but yeah, like people always say you'll get more conservative as you grow up. I'm not more conservative than I was. I mean, like, unless you consider just like not being a socialist more conservative, but like my underlying belief system has been the same basically my entire life. And what I like really care about has stayed approximately the same my entire life. And I'm just like not, I feel like if I was saying this, you know, when I first started streaming when I was 24, right, it would be a little bit like stupider to say all this, but like, fuck, man, I'm 29 now. I'm almost 30 years old. I am actively looking into political things. I would say probably the only thing that I wouldn't even say that I'm more or less war hawkish, because like the situation on the ground has just changed. I don't think that me in 2020 would be like, yeah, no, there's like literally no reason for the US to go to war with Russia or China for any reason whatsoever. Like, I feel like even back then I would have been like, you know what, those motherfuckers, if they stepped out of line, maybe we should fucking fight those guys, you know? SFO told Wu she sounded like a neocon on one of Wick's panels. Really? I really like SFO. SFO is a really cool dude. I can't remember why we started interacting in the first place. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think. What was it? Because there was that one. I don't think we even posted it to my channel. Short, fat otaku Sondsol. Look at that. Oh wait, this Ace 1918 guy. Hold on, I debated this guy in a 2v1 about Warhammer like years ago. I'm actually curious to see what he says. Sure. Pause. Oh, come on. Where is the Groiper video? Let's take out the spaces. I'm actually... There it is.
I have to run downstairs for just a second.
Sure, okay, go ahead.
If you want to respond to chat, you're more than welcome to. Just don't say anything TOS, all right?
Sure, okay, sure.
Yeah, I remember him jumping onto stream to talk to me and this that crazy Groiper kid that used to come on all the time. The watchdog or hound dog, sheepdog, devil dog, whatever the fuck his name is. Yeah, like starting around then, we had a lot of, we've interacted a whole bunch. And you know what? He's probably one of the most like principled people that I've met in the space. Like he's still like, he would probably, he's definitely more conservative than me. He's 100% more conservative than me, but like not in a way that I can even hate on, you know? He looks so much older in the video compared to now. Really? Well, this is what, a year ago? March 31st, 2023. Probably a night or two before that. Look younger in the video? Yeah, I mean, I was younger. But yeah, no, it's just weird. I respect him a lot, you know? $10 says it was trans. SFO defended and gave advice to food shops on how to sweep and outlast her pedophile argument. Yeah, no, I know. I was there throughout that entire thing because at first when food shops was like DMing me and like jumping into chat and shit, I was like, oh man, you know what? It's been so long since I've had a stream friend, right? Like people that are willing to talk to me on stream and to, you know, like interact with me in DMs since I got banned and all that. But man, the longer things went on. Does she even stream anymore? Food shops. Nope, that's not. Uh-oh. Deleted channel. Okay. Well, I mean, like, to be fair, okay, if you're gonna like go on stream and then like have a whole like, you know, underage like lolicon, you know, a whole thing that you're gonna go around and do, like you probably should delete your channel, right? Like, if you guys can find her channel, like, good for you. I haven't seen anything. Wait, did she delete her server as well? Let me see here. Let me look through my server list. Although I might have just left it when, like, she started, like, going wacky. Because I never pay attention to Discord. 1 second. Curious. Let's go from the top. It's none of those. Oh yeah, no, I am still in that Discord, and she is on hiatus. Well, I'll go ahead and leave that Discord. Look, they're goblins? What are you talking about? Okay. Well, okay, I need to wake up. Oh man, it's been a long day. Okay, we're expecting to host my girlfriend's family for some amount of time at our place, so I did like a unbelievably like ass fuck ton of cleaning. And then I am committing to not vaping anymore, okay? I'm slowing down on it, and I'm once these are gone, they're gone. And if I need to do like nicotine lozenges, yeah, vaping is bad. Congratulations, Nair. But I'm an addict. Tell Zan that. You know what I've seen also? I've been there's so much. I'm like so disconnected from everyone, and I've said that like a million times, but like I really feel it now because all I ever talk about like directly is the news. I do not interact with fucking anybody. I quit cigarettes for 3 days and it threw me into a depression. Well, I'm not going cold turkey. Like, again, I'm going to hit these until they're gone. And if I'm still like feeling the hankering, then I'm going to get the fucking nicotine lozenges or whatever the fuck and do that. I do not want to vape anymore. First off, there's two reasons. First off, it's probably not good for you. Okay. Second off, it's super fucking cringe. All right. And I'm not going to do cigarettes because you know what? When I was, I had that bachelor party, that trip that I went to, you know, and someone gave me a cigarette to smoke, and I took one drag off of that cigarette, and I was like, man, there's a reason I don't fucking hit these. I don't fucking smoke these things. Holy fuck, this shit's disgusting. Holy fuck. I quit cold turkey, zero cravings. Well, look at you, Nair. You're so fucking cool. You're just better than everyone else, aren't you, Nair? You're just like so strong and special and cool that you're able to do that and you can just do that, huh? Just switch to nicotine pouches. That's what toy Zoomers are doing. Oh, the fucking Zins? Bro. Okay, you want to hear a fucking story? Okay? You want to hear a fucking story that fucking... like, I almost threw up on the spot, okay? So I was at, over Thanksgiving break, I was in Texas. Me and my girlfriend went to Austin to see my little brother, and there was like a concert that we missed here, so they were cheaper tickets over in Austin, so we just drove from Houston to Austin. Anyways, so we're there at this venue, and in between the opener and the main show, I ran and took a piss. And the urinals, there are two urinals, and first off, they were covered. And when I say covered, I mean like there were probably 20 Zen packets just like plastered to the outside of these things. There were still some inside of the urinal. Like people were just going in there and spitting them into the fucking urinal. Okay? I walk over to the urinal. I'm doing my business, right? Some dude breaks bro code, and he goes to the urinal right next to me. And I see him out of the corner of my eye pluck one of the Zins off of the fucking top of the urinal and pop it in his mouth. Bro, I about fucking barfed right fucking there, dude. It was actually the most fucking disgusting thing I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. Like, this was not a clean venue. This was not like a stadium, okay? This was like a cheap, like, you know, $20 to $30 show, okay? Pee sprays further than people know. Yeah, dude, it was like stuck. It was stuck to the side of the urinal or the top of it. Like, that's addiction, okay? You would have to put a gun to my head to get me to do something anywhere remotely similar to that, okay? Holy fuck. But yeah, that's my I had like, in the course of like 3 days, I had like 4 horrible interactions in the bathroom at different places. Like at Renfest, I don't know if like this is just something that cat smells yogurt. Is that the video I'm thinking of? Pause. So when I was at Renfest, Texas Renfest is really, really, really big. And after the festival closes, there's campgrounds and there's just fucking debauchery. It's like, you know, dozens of acres of just pure debauchery of people camping, and there's a giant bonfire, and there's tons of people tripping balls. You know, there's naked Jenga, and like just shit's going on all over the place. I go into one of the fucking porta potties there, and I just hear some poor bitch in the porta potty next to me just like barfing her fucking guts out, and every time she gags it sounds like this fucking cat. And every time she does, I'm high as fuck and I'm drunk as fuck, and I'm laughing my ass off, and I can hear the people in there like patting her on the back, like, don't listen to him. You're okay, honey. You're okay. And I'm trying really hard because obviously she's having a bad time, you know? But like there was the Zen thing, then there was that. Then on our way back from Renfest, for some reason, everyone wanted to go to Olive Garden, which, let me tell you guys something. If you guys haven't gone to Olive Garden, I was shitting on our Olive Garden way too fucking much, okay? Olive Garden actually fucks. Let me tell you this. Olive Garden fucks, because you order your food, but then you just like get a soup with it, right? And they just like bring you as much fucking soup as you want. I had 4 bowls of soup before my actual food, okay? And then after you order your food, they'll be like, hey, yo, do you want a $6 take-home entree? And I was like, were you drunk and high when you went to Olive Garden? I was very high. I was not drunk. I was like delusionally fucking tired. Like it was like bad. I don't think that I've been like delusional tired like that since I was like 22. It was really bad. But like they're like, after you order your shit and you're like ready to go, they're like, do you want a $6 full entree to take with you? And you're like, yes. And then after that, they're like, and do you want another bowl of soup to take home with you? And how many breadsticks would you like? I probably got like $60 worth of food when I went to Olive Garden, and it probably cost a total of like $25 per person. That shit was fucking ridiculous. You guys, I've been sleeping on Olive Garden, but you guys need to go to fucking Olive Garden. All right, I'm a believer in it. But anyways, I go to Olive Garden, and I go to piss in Olive Garden, and there's some fucking dude who follows in right behind me. I go into the stall because I'm, I have class, okay? When there's 2 people in the bathroom, all right, I try to go to the stall. Bro, this other guy went to the urinal. I heard a wet fart, and then he says, oh no. And then he backed up. I don't even think he zipped up his pants. He just like backed up from the urinal straight into the stall next to me. and then there were just horrible noises in there as I left. Like, damn, son. I had just like too many bad bathroom experiences in one short visit to Texas, dude. Okay, we need to get into actual content. Also, if you guys haven't noticed, I am unmedicated. I don't have ADD medicine anymore. All right. If you guys want to help a brother out, all right, the literal only thing that I want for Christmas, okay, the literal only thing I want for Christmas is to be able to go to the doctor and get ADD medicine, because hopefully next semester I will be back in classes to finish my degree. I will not succeed if I do not have ADD medicine. I want to get a better job. I will not succeed in that unless I have ADD medicine. So if you guys want to help a guy out in the, in the end of the year giving frenzy, fuck me. Was the guy who shit himself at the urinal actually you and not someone else? No, my little brother actually asked me that at that concert that I was talking about. My little brother's very weird, and he just asked me and my girlfriend, when was the last time you guys shat yourselves? I've never shat myself in public, literally ever, not once in my entire life. I think that if I did, I feel like if I ever did shit myself in public, I think that I would just, I can't say what I was going to say, but you guys, I think you guys know what I would say. Okay. There would be a cessation of life. Oh my God. I do not know how I would handle shitting myself in public, dude. If you drive a lot, you learn to keep TP in your car? Absolutely not. Nope. I will not be the guy who has TP in his car. I do not shit at other people's houses. I do not shit at public bathrooms, and I damn sure am not going to shit myself in my car, okay? I shit in the comfort of my own home, and if I have to fucking wait, I will wait. It does not matter how bad I have to go. I will fucking wait. I hate shitting at anywhere other than my own house. Okay, let's see. What are we going to get
Syria's
into?
longtime ruler.
Jesus Christ, that was loud. Oh, yeah, we were going to see this Ace 1918 guy. Is his entire channel just like dunking on poop outside your car? I wouldn't poop not in a bathroom, and I wouldn't poop in anyone's bathroom except for my own, okay? Okay, I see you're linking me a lot of stuff. 1 second. I just have to I'm so curious. Actually, this is convenient because I was going to message on Twitter. Hey, SFO. Have you ever heard of this Ace 1918 guy? Debated him like 3 years ago about Warhammer. It's crazy how things happen like that, huh? Okay. What were we going to do? Okay, let's see what this guy has to say about Short Fat Otaku before we start any short stream. Have you not been camping? Like I said, I hold it, Nair. Okay? I hold it.
Hello everyone, Ace here, and today let's talk about how Short Fat Otaku decided to defend PDF files on his Discord server, so long as they weren't PDFing on the server itself and were only doing it elsewhere. By PDFing, I believe most are aware of what exactly I mean. And yes,
You're aware of it? It's not weird. It's not weird, okay? It's not weird, okay? I don't want to be caught in a situation where I'm taking a shit in some fucking public stall and someone walks in and then I have to fucking like tighten my asshole so that there's no noises so that nobody knows that I'm shitting in the fucking bathroom. I don't want anybody to know that I'm fucking shitting, all right? It's not going to happen. So that's I'm not going to do it in public. I'm not going to do it in someone's house because in the unfortunate situation that I take a shit at someone else's house and then it fucking clogs, okay? I don't want to ask these people for a fucking plunger, okay? So I'm not going to shit at someone else's house. So I'm going to fucking hold it, or I'm going to leave and go back to my house where I can take a shit in the comfort of my own house, scrolling on my fucking YouTube short feed or scrolling Twitter, all right, for as long as I goddamn want to, all right? That's not weird. You're weird. All right.
this is amazingly a take that Dev did originally make, though I will mention that he tried to walk it back, albeit in one of the most pathetic displays I've seen in a very long time, and in a way that completely contradicts himself, all because his ego is too.
All bathrooms should have a plunger directly beside the toilet. True, King Yeti. Unfortunately for, the civilized amongst us, that's not always the case. So that's why I go to the bathroom that I know that there's a plunger right next to it. I know that there's toilet paper in it. And I know no one's going to try and walk in on me or fuck with me while I'm taking a shit. All right?
Inflated to allow him to openly admit that yes, he was in fact very wrong. This whole mess was exposed by Mach, who for the record happens to be Uzulu's girlfriend, who presented a tweet simply stating it presented without comment, which included this video clip.
If I knew for sure that someone on my server was trying to diddle kids, then I'd ban them like 100%. Yeah, but like, off your server though? Hey Dev, what's up? Hey Holtznader, what's up? Like, if none of it was happening in your spaces, it just...
Wait, hold on. Let me...
Clip.
If I knew for sure that someone on my server was trying to diddle kids, then I'd ban them like 100%. Yeah, but like, off your server though? Hey Dev, what's up? Hey Holtznader, what's up? Like, if none of it was happening in your spaces, it just... I don't know. It feels wrong to me.
So yeah, Dev is stating here that he wouldn't ban PDF files for activities that they did off of the Discord server, even if he was...
Is he saying that? Like, how would you even know if they're not doing it on your server and you don't know for a certain... Hold on, let me hear it one more time.
I ban them like 100%. Yeah, but like, off your server though? Hey Dev, what's up? Hey Holtznader, what's up? Like, if none of it was happening in your spaces, it just... I don't know. It feels wrong to me.
So yeah, Dev is stating here that he wouldn't ban PDF files for activities that they did off of the Discord server, even if he was presented active proof and knew 100% for a fact that they were...
There was not that much statement that he just said. That was like literally 2 sentences, and you're adding like 5 sentences that you're claiming he said, okay? Like, let me be clear. This guy right here, he's... Oh my God, he's actually like significantly bigger than he was last time I saw his channel. Fuck, I wonder, like, does he still have an upload of my conversation with him? Sondsol. Yeah. 4 years ago. And it only had 486 views. Man, I would hate to see what my opinions were back then. Jesus. But like, he was pretty respectful. He was like pretty chill. I don't remember what his take was or like particularly what we were arguing about, but like he wasn't like a horrible fucking person, right? But like that feels like you're adding so much into what he said, right? Like, listen to what Dev says and then listen to what this guy is saying he's saying. Oh wait, hold on. Ever had to cut a turd with a toilet paper roll you had to completely unroll just to use the inside to chop your own loaf up enough so the toilet could finally. What? Yeah, me neither. Thank God. What the fuck? You know, there was that old. I feel like it was either a 4chan green text or it was like a Tumblr post of like the poop knife. Like there was this family that had like a knife to chop their shit up so that it wouldn't get clogged on the way down. And this guy just grew up thinking that that was totally fucking normal. And then like he went to his like friend's house one day in high school, clogged their toilet. He's like, "Hey man, can I borrow your poop knife?" And the dude looked at him like he was fucking insane. Does anybody else know what I'm talking about there? Please tell me I'm not the only one that's heard of the poop knife. No one. Jesus. Man, that's rough. Okay. Anyways, back to this. Not here. I'm getting he wouldn't ban them as long as it's not happening in a server. He thinks it's wrong. That's what I'm getting from Dev. Poop knife is going to be my new avatar. That's a good avatar. Here, I'm going to slow it down. I know I'm unmedicated right now, so I'm going to listen. I'm going to actively listen to what he's saying.
If I knew for sure that someone on my server was trying to diddle kids, then I'd ban them like 100%. Yeah, but like off your server though. Hey Dev, what's up? Hey Holtzner, what's up? Like if none of it was happening in your spaces, it just, I don't know. It feels wrong to me.
So yeah,
Okay.
Dev is stating here.
Okay, I got you. Maybe he is saying that. But like if someone, how would you know if someone is a PDF file if they're not doing that in a space that you would see it? I mean, if I ever got like information that said that someone was a, minor attracted person, yeah, they would be out of my Discord immediately. I don't need anything like that, you know? The same way we found food shops, getting it from Bones. Shut up. I've blocked people instantly who argue for even an ounce saying anime CP isn't CP. Here's like, I hate myself, okay? And I'll tell you why I hate myself. I don't care as much as some people about the lolicon stuff. But I also don't not care about it, right? I hate how just like far away from everything I feel. I don't have like super strong opinions on that unless I feel like the person's actually a pedophile. Okay? You're probably more likely to be a pedophile if you look at lolly, okay? But maybe I just don't, I'm not like, I just don't see or know anybody. I just don't see or know anybody that's ever been into that stuff. So maybe I don't know what it's actually like and I don't see it myself. So I don't know if it's, yeah. But yeah, I guess like I have stronger feelings. I lean more towards, yeah, you're probably edging into the like, pedophile area, right? You're edging into the pedophile area for sure. But are you one? I'm not 1,000% sure. I will say this: food shops put up the worst defense of that shit I think I've ever seen ever. She just made herself look like even more of a pedophile. Do I think she was one? I'm not sure. It halfway came off. It halfway came off as, yeah, she's fucking pedo. And then halfway it came off as like autism, like trying to defend yourself while like giga chatting through it, you know? Ugh, 1 second. I brought the heater in here because I thought it was going to be super cold. But now I'm burning the fuck up. Ugh.
that he wouldn't ban PDF files for activities that they did off of the Discord server, even if he was presented active proof and knew 100% for a fact that they were indeed PDF files. And not only that, but also that they were, without any question or doubt whatsoever, actively attempting to groom kids. So long as it wasn't done on his server, he doesn't care. You know, completely ignoring the fact that such individuals engaging in such activities that you know for a fact they are engaging in are a legitimate safety issue for people that are on the server, particularly those that aren't of age. Now, admittedly, this was indeed a cropped clip, and typically I would provide clips with full context, because there's always the chance that whatever was said was taken completely out of context to the point of being blatantly dishonest. That possibility, however, flew completely out of the window the moment that Dev decided to double down, as Dev responded with his own quote tweet where he claimed that he didn't ban people from his community for stuff that they do outside of that community, although he would at least be willing to call the cops, if not outright ban a PDF file for their activities, so long as those activities are off the server. It is of note, for the record, that when Dev claims that he does not ban people for their activity outside of the server, that is a bold-faced lie. To provide just one example,
Who cares if they are actively doing it? Most pedo stuff is crime of opportunity, and cartoons don't make any difference. You know what? That's actually probably the most intelligent thing that I've ever seen Letner Goat say in my chat, literally ever. What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? That's like the most intelligent thing I've ever seen him say. Yeah, I don't think I disagree with that, like, at all. What the fuck, dude? But yeah, no, I don't disagree with that, like, at all. I don't know. Like, on one hand, for me, like, I generally don't like talking about this stuff, like, at all. For multiple reasons. First off, it's fucking gross. It's, like, actually, like, subhumanly, unbelievably disgusting. But also, working in, like, schools, I've seen 2 instances where I wasn't directly involved, but I knew the kids, right? And I was working in elementary schools, so it was extra fucked up, where kids were being preyed upon. How's it going, Rez? And it was really unbelievably fucked. It was more fucked than you could possibly imagine. So, like, it really bothers me to talk about it, because I've seen how people, you know, in the real world are affected by that. So, yeah, I feel like people, I feel like for the most part, I'm not even gonna lie, it feels like people most of the time mostly just talk about, and, you know, hunt pedophiles either for social clout, or because they are, to virtue signal. I don't feel like people actually care about it that much, because there are some situations where people don't care about, you know, preying on children. Like, if it's a young man, right? If there's a young man who gets taken advantage of by his teacher, suddenly there's a lot of people who are like, I wish my teacher was like that when I was in high school, you know? How's it going, Parallax? I never went anywhere, all right? I was gone for like a week, all right? I was gone for like a week for Thanksgiving. But anyways, yeah. We're going to finish this video as quickly as possible, and then we're going to move on, okay? Longest week of my life. Aw, how's it going? You missed all the bathroom talk we just did.
example, he banned me personally from his Discord.
What do I think about that argument? I'm not going to repeat it because I don't want people to fucking clip. But I'm for whatever does create the least amount of kids getting preyed upon. If that helps, then good. That's my take. If that helps, then good. And if it doesn't help, then yeah, like if the people that want to do like the wood chipper memes are more correct, then do the fucking wood chipper memes at a societal level. But if that doesn't actually work, and also if it's not taken into consideration, most people that do the whole thing were also, I don't know if most, but I do know that a lot of people who were victims of CSA go on to be perpetrators of it later on in life because of how things work, right? Psychologically. Like, that feels a little fucking heartless, but also, like, how heartless do we care about being if we're talking about this topic? Like, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think about it too much. Because on one hand, I think that a lot of the obsession is not actually done because people actually care. I think that the obsession comes from people wanting to get a quick little dig. I actually think that that's all of it for the most part. It's a slippery slope. First you get into S&M for fun, and next time you're beating your dick with a meat tenderizer just to get some feeling. True. Okay, we're finishing this.
Server exclusively because I humiliated him in a debate on Twitter, which is off the server. So yes, the claim that he does not ban people for off-server activity, that's a lie. Plain and simple.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong playback.
Me personally from his Discord server exclusively because I humiliated him in a debate on Twitter, which is off the server. So yes, the claim that he does not ban people for off-server activity, that's a lie, plain and simple. Even ignoring that though, the sheer fact that Dev's position here is that PDF files don't have to eat a ban hammer so long as they do their PDFing outside of the server is a pretty atrocious take on Dev's part that greatly calls into question the safety of the server members, even if Dev wishes to call the cops in these sorts of situations. If the behavior you know about is enough to warrant calling the cops, then at that point maybe letting that person stay in your private Discord server is not a good idea. Naturally, people started calling out Dev on this particularly bad take, which is when he decided to try to backtrack, but unfortunately, instead of simply admitting that he was wrong and an idiot for having the bad take, Dev's ego once again got the better of him, and so he instead endeavored to contort himself into as much of a pretzel as possible in a statement that completely contradicts his own position, as when Van Thany responded by stating, quote, "Listen Dev, confirmed pedophiles should be the exception to that rule, especially if you know you have minors in your server." Dev responded by stating, quote, "I ban minors for being minors, and to be honest, I would just probably arbitrarily ban pedos out of personal disgust. But it wouldn't be for anything they did outside of my community. No." So here's why that statement by Dev is complete and utter nonsense that absolutely contradicts itself. If Dev knows for a fact that a person is a pedophile, how would he know that outside of evidence existing either on the server itself or outside of the server? Evidence that, mind you, would be a direct product of the actions of said pedophile. The simple fact of the matter is Dev would have absolutely no way of knowing if it were not for said evidence, and said evidence would not exist were it not for the actions of said pedophile. In this way, there is no disconnect.
I'm so sorry. The fucking the logic train to argue about the pedophile stuff is so fucking funny to me. Like, oh, actually, sir, A equals B does and B equals C does not mean that A equals C. Like I'm sorry, that shit sounds so fucking funny to me. Oh, fuck me. I'm not well. All right.
Dev's decision to ban someone out of
How's it going,
disgust
boy?
for what they've been exposed to be.
Oh, 1 second. Hey guys, I think the argument only holds if prescribed and controlled by a psychologist, because if uncontrolled, it could just as well normalize the idea. Yeah, of course. Like, again, like, I don't think too heavily about this. This isn't something that is like. Here's my thing. I feel like the actual conversation around those people has been so unbelievably fucking poisoned by bad actors online that, and this might be my own failing, but like the bad actors online have, it's just like, it's like the word fascist. Everyone just calls everyone that all the fucking time, you know? It's just fucking constant. So, like, at a certain point, I just feel like the people who are like do you guys know who BX Bullet is? For those who have been in the Twitch polls scene for a long time, like that's someone that I feel got fucking brain broken by pedo hunting, right? Like, she was always a little weird. She was always a little fucking conspiratorial. But bro, she like was on a crusade to root out the secret pedophiles of Twitch. And at a certain point, like, sorry lady, this ain't my fight, and I'm not even sure if it's actually happening. All right, I do not trust you to have like a sane take on this, so I'm going to abstain. And then anyone who didn't go on her personal crusade into this stuff with like a fucking 48-page fucking Google Doc that was dense with information, she also like was saying that we were defending them. Like that's how I see most people who are like the hardcore like pedophile defender or pedophile hunters, just like actually schizophrenic, like insane people, because it's just fucking constant, you know? Why is what word automated? Oh, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be in my chat. Listen, I say it all the fucking time. Okay?
There is no disconnecting his decision to do that from their actions outside of the server. With that analysis in mind, it is very clear that Dev's statement here is simply a pathetic attempt at walking back while simultaneously attempting to protect his oh so important ego from ever admitting that he was actually wrong. A very clear reoccurring theme for Dev, which inevitably has a habit of making things worse for him in the end. Speaking of things becoming worse for Dev then decided to try to snap back by accusing Uzalu, who happens to be Mach's boyfriend, of being a pedophile, and her of being a pedophilia victim. Dev later claimed that this was a joke, but apparently it was also a joke that Dev was so confident about that he needed to actively explain it even to his most ardent supporters on the Discord server. Because nothing screams confidence about your sick burn than needing to provide a leftist meme worth of writing just to explain said sick burn. All I'm going to say is that if we are to assume this is an attempt at comedy by Dev, then it is a pretty incompetent attempt at comedy, to say the very least. It's also worth noting that when some people were actually starting to take the joke seriously, people that happened to support Dev, he didn't exactly take much time to explain to them that it was a joke, and that the only people that he was bothering to actively inform it was a joke were people that weren't exactly thrilled with his comments. But since we've gone to the route of talking about perverts and scumbags that may or may not be on Dev's Discord server, I believe now's the perfect time to talk about a recurring theme I've noticed among some of Dev's strongest defenders. To provide one example, let's talk about food shops. One of the very few Dev defenders who decided to try to make videos to counter my videos talking about Dev. You might remember food shops as being that one individual who kept repeatedly asking for proof over and over and over again immediately after being shown proof. Foodshop was also the exact same individual who went full Uncle Ruckus while being a guest on Dev's election night livestream. I bring Foodshop up due to a back and forth that we had back in early November in the days leading up to the election night. Specifically, I noticed a tweet where Foodshop had argued that Trump supporters are worse than pedophiles, which in other words, Foodshop was arguing that pedophiles aren't as bad as Trump supporters, and that at least pedophiles are not Trump supporters. Needless to say, this was a take that I was rather critical of. But Foodshop, who by the way is a self-described pedophilic obsessive-compulsive disorder.
Wait, hold on. What did Foodshop say? She said what now?
order, meaning Foodshop's is paranoid about the idea of being a pedophile, but totally not one, guys. Anyways, Foodshop's decided to respond to this criticism by announcing a plan of deliberately going and hanging out with children as a sort of gotcha, because such a plan will surely guarantee that Foodshop's beats any and all allegations. Now, I would love to show you exactly what Foodshop said, word for word, but unfortunately, and as you may have no doubt noticed, the Foodshop's Twitter account no longer exists. And for the record, neither does the YouTube channel, as both were mysteriously taken down in the weeks following this back and forth. But worry not, because Foodshop's is not the only dev defender that I'm going to briefly go over. Another one that just so happened to be the person that talked Foodshop's into covering my videos is a person known as Devil Aspiring, aka Aspiring Devil. And to talk about what Aspiring Devil is willing to defend, as well as try to support, we have to talk a little bit about Lilith, who on October the 3rd of 2023 decided to provide a quote tweet response to Seamus when Seamus claimed that it was sexual assault for a trans man to pretend to be a cis woman in order to sleep with people under false pretenses. In other words, using deception to gain false consent. For the record, Seamus was 100% correct in his assessment that this was indeed a form of sexual assault, and I responded to Lilith openly stating such. The responses I had received included 3 different—
Damn, dude, it's so it's like it's so weird, like knowing that just like 4 years ago, all I knew about this guy was, oh, he has a bad take about Warhammer or something. Maybe one that I don't even disagree with now. All right. I was very soy back then. But like, damn, I just knew him as the guy that like posted YouTube Let's Plays and argued with me with some other random dude about fucking Warhammer one time. Holy shit.
Different people, all trying to desperately argue that this isn't real rape, bro, and therefore there is nothing wrong with this, in their eyes. My responses also included one additional individual, Aspiring Devil, who claimed that literally no one was denying that this was rape, you know, completely ignoring that literally every single other person responding to my tweet was denying that it was rape. I then noticed and promptly pointed out that Aspiring Devil not only knew of the existence of these pro-rape tweets, but was actively liking some of them as well, making it very apparent what his actual positions were. In practice, Aspiring Devil is a pro-rape advocate. Aspiring Devil defends rape so long as it is done under the correct conditions. Those conditions apparently being trans cells attempting to get laid with people who would say no if they knew otherwise. For the record, this exact position led to the exposing of other dev defenders, such as Mars and Existential Robot, as also being rape lovers. Once again, with both of them trying to claim that it's not real rape if you lie to get false consent. And even when presented with actual examples of people getting convicted and sent to prison over this, they chose to simply mock the very idea, as well as demean the victims of such crimes. For what it's worth, I will say that not everyone that is a dev defender has also chosen to defend rape, and I'm also going to say that I don't believe in guilt by association, meaning that I don't think that Dev himself is pro-rape just because a sizable portion of his fandom happens to be, particularly it seems when it comes to those most fervently in his defense. My goal here is not to—
I don't think that it's banned in my chat. 1 second. Hold on. You're bugging the fuck out of me with this whole soy. I can't say retard. Soy. Okay. Let me go to my stream elements. Let me see. Stream elements. Chatbot. Banned words. No, I don't have any banned words on stream elements. Can I do banned words on chat? Settings, moderation, permitted terms and phrases. Oh, well, who put all of it? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm reading through the banned words. I can't show them on what some of these don't even make sense. Like one is Jews, Nazis, and then the word she, and then the next phrase is I hate women, and then Nazis, degenerate Jews, and then so that's trans, bitch fuck, they're Nazis, he Nazi, Nazi bloody mods they, whore, all caps, gay boy, neo-Nazis. Why are and see it's not. And it's not even stopping those things. I guarantee. Well, I don't think that we need to. Like, Gas, I'm pretty sure that you're a mod so that you can go in and look at these. One second. Let me see if I can find. This is a very strange. I like how the phrase Brazilian trans is for some reason in here. Who put this on there? California, you're a commie. Who did this? Who put all these terms in? But you know what I'm not seeing so far? Retard. Redneck is in here about 40 times. So is bitch with every single punctuation mark possible afterwards. There's bitches in quotations. This is weird. Oh, well, there it is. Okay, well, now it should be unmoderated. I don't know what's going on. Show hog? Absolutely not. And this is where the stream became demonetized. True. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, after we're done with this video, we're going to move on to like actual stuff, okay? We got 30 seconds left. Come on.
To associate Dev with them. I am going to point out that since Dev believes that he should ban people he finds morally reprehensible, oh, and for the record, he has admitted that he'll do this for people he politically disagrees with, such as, for example, National Socialists, then surely individuals who are as morally disgusting as rape lovers should be more than enough to draw his ire and his absolute disgust, regardless of whether or not they're among his most staunch defenders. But in any case, this has been Ace. Hope to see you guys again soon. Take care. Ace.
Oh, wait, hold on. Does he still have like the fucking heavy metal
for
outro?
People he politically, regardless of whether or not. Take care. Ace out.
Oh, he used to have like an Iron Maiden sounding like outro. Okay, we're moving on. What all do we have open? Oh, that was an 11-minute video. This is 3 minutes. We're watching this one 1.5 speed. Sorry, I'm just so curious.
Otaku tweets, quote, "You said before that there were predators in your server, though. Show me." Artemis Fowl tweets, quote, "Was Foodshops in your server?" Surefire Otaku responds by stating, quote, "Nope. Also, wait, Foodshops wasn't a pedo. She was a leftist who made edgy jokes." Artemis Fowl replies by stating, quote, "I don't play those games, Dev. She had
Okay, I don't care. All right. Twitter links, we'll get into the Twitter links. All right. Real quick, if you guys haven't already, please, if you're watching on YouTube, hit the like button. If you hit the like button, more people show up in chat. It helps me out. It's a great way to help me out without spending any money. Sondsol sweeping for Dev? I don't think I defended Dev at any point there. I don't know. Like, I don't know enough. I don't know enough about the situation. I know that Dev is in a fuck ton of drama right now, so I don't know. Okay, I am Switzerland. I need to get back into some of the drama content. Okay. Ron Paul saying Doge should defund foreign aid. They're there to talk about like government department budgets? Why would they be able to dictate our fiscal policy? That would be insane if they allowed fucking... Also, I'm pretty sure Doge can only recommend stuff, right? They can't actually do anything by themselves. But yeah. Test, you're good. There you go. Are you happy, Parallax? Oh, wait, hold on. Why is my overlay not showing? There you go. Well, someone... listen, Para, if you are so... Listen, you have... I'm going to give you mod. You can go into the banned words list, and you can remove anything that is just super offensive to you. Oh, wait, hold on. /mod. Okay, you have 15 minutes. All right? Or until I remember that you're doing this. Okay? We will look at the links for the Twitter stuff in a little bit. First, let's go into Syria, because I've been listening to news about this all day, and when I started stream, this story was an hour old. Now it's 2 hours. So this stuff is... Everything that's happening in Syria is happening at like a hyper expedited timeline. Like, this shit is insane how fast Assad is crumbling, which just makes you wonder, like, how did the rebels think that it was going to be like significantly harder and that's why they waited for now? Or like, was the time just right for it? Or because Iran and Hezbollah and Russia, they've been occupied for about, all three of them together have been occupied for like the past year. So why haven't they done anything for the past year? That's a little weird, but I'm fine. I'm not going to cry over like Assad, losing, losing something here. But yeah, like it's super, super interesting. Let's see here.
Bashar al-Assad is facing uprisings on multiple fronts. As the main rebel offensive in the northwest continues to move toward Damascus, opposition factions in the south are closing in on the capital. These images on social media show how Syrian protesters toppling a statue of the late President Bashar al-Assad's father in Jaramana, in the southern suburbs of Damascus. Rebels have already snatched the entire southern province of Daraa. In the north, Syrian rebels are patrolling the countryside around the key city of Homs as government forces dig in to defend the city and President Bashar al-Assad's 24-year rule. Let's bring in DW reporter Gassio Hannes for more on the situation. So, Gassio, what exactly is the situation around Damascus right now?
Aaron, President Bashar al-Assad is facing the biggest challenge to his rule he's ever faced. They're closing in right now on 3 different fronts, the rebels. From the north, they're coming with reinforcements through Homs. From the south, you mentioned Daraa. There's also Suwaida that they've captured, and all these groups are coming together and heading north towards Damascus. They've already captured certain parts in the outskirts. And from the east, from the U.S. coalition area down south, bordering Iraq, that's where there's also another offensive. So there's 3 different fronts. They're closing in Damascus, and it looks like it's only a matter of time. Now, you showed those pictures of the Jarmana in the outskirts of Damascus. That is the Druze minority as well. So it's not just the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham rebels that we're seeing now, but also other groups like the Druze minority who've been protesting for over a year in other parts of Syria. Now it seems that they see an imminent fall of Assad's rule, that they're also challenging his rule in Damascus itself.
Well, as you mentioned there, it sounds like President Assad is surrounded on all sides. Where exactly does that leave his allies?
That is indeed the case. And before I get to his
Sorry, let me rewind like a couple of seconds real quick.
only a matter of time. Now, you showed those pictures of the Germana in the outskirts of Damascus. That is the Druze minority as well. So it's not just the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham rebels that we're seeing now, but also other groups like the Druze minority who've been protesting for over a year in other parts of Syria. Now it seems that they see an imminent fall of Assad's rule, that they're also challenging his rule in Damascus itself.
Well, as you mentioned there, it sounds like President Assad is surrounded on all sides. Where exactly does that leave his allies?
That is indeed the case. And before I get to his external allies, I want to talk about his closest allies internally. So a lot of Syrian generals have already fled Syria. There's many reports of them fleeing to different areas. There were generals who fled to Lebanon, Iraq as well. There's news that 2,000 Syrian troops have now sought refuge in Iraq. And so everybody's kind of realizing that the fall of Assad is imminent, so they kind of want to redeem themselves at the moment by turning against him, perhaps. We are seeing this on the front lines. There's many front lines suddenly collapsing, and the reason for this is they're trying to redeem themselves, so when the rebels come, they don't get executed for their actions in the past. So we're seeing his internal allies turn on him, and externally, Iran seems to have also changed its narrative on the leading rebel group, the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HDS.
Now, this is a dramatic about-face in a war which has lasted almost 13 years. Where does this leave the civilian population?
It's a lot of mixed feelings. On one hand, you have...
I did not get the space expansion. Only automated TOS concerns. Thank you. All right. Take it away, your fucking mod now. All right? I have too many mods. Oh, wait. You're still working. I see.
Have civilians fleeing right now from Damascus towards this.
Surely Assad will fall this time, just like Trump. I mean, like, if you look at the Syria live map. Here, let me do this. The fuck? Okay. Like, is this the one that you can... December 1st. Look at where it was on December 1st. And look at it now. Like, this is bad for Assad, okay? This is really bad for Assad. How close are they to Damascus now? That must be Damascus. Yeah, that's Damascus. They're like on the highway going into Damascus, and it's looking possible that is this Homs right here? No. Where is Homs? Holmes? Or did that one already fall? Because when I was listening to the news earlier today, or is that in the south? Hold on. It's very difficult to... Where the fuck is Homs? Okay. Are we cool with the rebels taking over? There have been some kind of inroads that they've been trying to make with Western governments to try and stabilize things, to like
in preparation for their victory. So that's not nothing. Are we cool with them? I mean, it's probably better than Assad being in charge, but I guess that's like the best that we can say. It's better than Assad being in charge, you know? Just wishful thinking? Dude, Beheller's like the nothing ever happens soy jack guy, like, but for real. Like, this is like actually actively at the time happening. And from what I understand, Russia doesn't really have the capability to help them out right now, right? Because they're too busy in Ukraine. Iran doesn't. That's Iran. Yeah, Iran doesn't directly border it. So Iran can't give direct assistance. Hezbollah, which was one of their like big allies that was helping them keep everything under control, they've been completely gutted. So at a certain point, like, you got to say, it does seem that the Assad regime is probably going down. And from what I understand, there's conflicting reports as to whether or not he's fled the country. But the narrative from Russian bloggers is all their best generals are in Ukraine. That's why Syria is falling. I mean, is that incorrect, though? Like, actually, though? Is it actually incorrect? Because it feels like that's probably correct.
Themselves. So when the rebels come,
it's not just their generals. It's like all of their equipment, all of their soldiers that they might send over there to like keep the peace and shit, you know? Believe you, like when Twitch was losing advertising to Dan's retard scheme, I'm pretty sure even they've acknowledged that. And there was I don't know how extreme it's going to get or how extreme it did get or anything like that, but like Intel pulled advertising along with like 2 or 3 other like major ones, and they announced it out loud. So literal nothing burger. I mean, I don't think it was a nothing burger. I mean, like, whatever.
they don't get executed for their actions in the past. So we're seeing his internal allies turn on him, and externally, Iran seems to have also changed its narrative on the leading rebel group, the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HDS.
Now, this is a dramatic about-face in a war which has lasted almost 13 years. Where does this leave the civilian population?
It's a lot of mixed feelings. On one hand, you have civilians fleeing right now from Damascus towards the Syrian coast. Before that, we saw civilians fleeing from Aleppo as well, a lot of Kurdish. The Kurdish population, tens of thousands, even 120,000, some estimates are saying. On the other hand, you have political prisoners released from prisons after being there for decades for petty crimes in the eyes of the regime, like toppling a statue of Assad's father. So there's many celebrations, many reunions of families who haven't seen each other for decades. And on the other hand, a lot of displacement and fear of what's next and fear of the unknown.
All right, I'm afraid we'll have to leave it there. That was DW reporter Garcia Ojanes. Thank you very much for your reporting.
Short time ago, I asked journalist Osama Mohammed for more on the developing situation near Damascus.
Actually, the situation is becoming changed very quickly and fastly. The rebels are taking from the southern countryside of Damascus, are taking the countryside of the city, starting with the Daraya. There is some kind of clashes happening in Daraya, in the southern of Damascus. In the same time, there is the advance of the Islamic militias and other rebels.
And if you were wrong, Beheller, what then? Also, I'm pretty sure you were in my chat when I first started talking about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, saying that they weren't going to invade. So I don't think you get it right all the time, okay?
From
Actually, I can't think of a time that you predicted something like literally ever besides that. So
the northern Syria up to Damascus, it looked there is no any chance for the regime to fight or to resist or take over or take back any kind of areas or any cities around Damascus.
So are you saying that it appears that the regime is going to collapse, or is there still some chance that Assad's allies, Russia and Iran, will ramp up their military support and somehow help the regime cling on to power?
That's really a good question to ask, but I don't think there is any chance for regime to fight back through his regional supportives, let's say, starting with the Russians or even with the Iranian militias or even with Hezbollah, the regime doesn't have any chance to advance or to resist or to fight back against the rebels and against the Islamic radical groups. The regime have been left alone without any support from his alliance, without any kind of support even from the Arab countries. Like the government of
that's not safe. That's illegal.
Syria or
You
regime
can't shoot
tried
in the air like that
to
in
get the
public.
support from the Iraqi government. He sent his foreign minister to Iraq to see if there is any kind of support from them. At the same time, the president of Syria, Bashar al-Assad himself, had a call with the UAE president and tried to get some support from them with supplies, with ammunition. But it looked like nobody is going to have any kind of support for the regime. Mostly after that, the regime didn't have the loyalty to keep his words and his promises about a political deal and process, which he gave it to the Arabian countries. So now regime is actually fighting alone in Damascus without any support from his alliance.
And what do you think will be the impact on the people of Syria if, in fact, the regime of Bashar al-Assad collapses? And maybe you can tell us specifically what would it mean for your region, the Northeast, under Kurdish control?
That's the main question for everybody in the region. There is no any kind of statement or attitude by the coalition, by the international community, what's gonna happen next. Nobody's know what's going to be next. Is it going to be that the Islamic radical groups will take over the Damascus, Homs, and now there is be kind of new constitution or government that's going to be established by this forces, or there going to be a kind of deal and negotiations, as the general of SDF, Mazloum Kobane, mentioned in his media conference yesterday that...
Hold on, really quick. Someone in chat, find me that link of, I think it was, I can't remember what news source it was, but it was like a mainstream news source that reported that, I think it was Intel and some other, like two other like major companies that pulled advertisement from Twitch. I don't remember. It was like 2 days ago that I saw that article being linked on Twitter or something. So someone please link that.
There is kind of negotiations and talks between SDF and the HTC, who is doing the mainly and leading the main rebel operations against Assad. So,
Parallax said that. I didn't say 70%. I don't claim to know what the numbers are when it comes to the advertisers pulling out. And I think that what he said is 70% of ad revenue is down, or ad revenue is down 70%, which doesn't mean that 70% of advertisers have pulled out, it's that, yeah. Here, let's see. JP Morgan, AT&T pulled Twitch ads following anti-Semitic. I thought Intel was part of that. 3 major brands. JP Morgan, AT&T. Okay. Oh, Dunkin' Donuts, AT&T, JP Morgan Chase, and Dunkin' brands have all pulled spots from the gamer-oriented service, according to people who have not been identified discussing non-public information. A fourth sponsor, Chevron Corp, is considering ending future support for the TwitchCon convention after its name appeared in the background of a controversial panel discussion at the annual event. Like, isn't it in the title? Yeah, I'm sorry. I got the Intel wrong. I thought that it was Intel for some reason. But JP Morgan, AT&T, and Dunkin' Donuts. And then Chevron's thinking about pulling out too.
Until now, nothing is clear. From their side, SDF, in the Kurdish majority areas in Hasaka, take over the institutions and the areas which was under the control of regime. So it look even for the Kurdish people, regime is not going to come back.
That was journalist Osama Mohammed speaking to us from Qamishli in northeastern Syria. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right. Give me a couple of seconds. I'm going to run to the pisser. All right. Oh, I'm going to run to the pisser, and then I'll be right back, and then we'll probably start the short stream. So prepare for me getting ultra triggered. All right. Damn. All right. Let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and try and start a YouTube short stream. So give me just a second while I get that set up. Chevron did pull. Oh. Major advertisers, including JP Morgan Chase, Chevron, AT&T, and Dunkin' Donuts. So it's officially happened there, and they're doing it publicly. Here's my thing. Like, do I want Twitch to, like, be brought down? No. Do I know if this is going to work? No. But does it seem like there is some, like, movement on it? Yeah, like, especially the way that Twitch has responded. That's mostly what I'm going off of, is the way that Twitch has itself responded to everything. like, I don't feel like Twitch would have responded in the way that it did if something wasn't happening, you know? Twitch shouldn't have fucked with a Rust player who is Jewish. True. But yeah, like, I feel like the whole situation is interesting. It's not something that I would like hang my hat up and say like, oh, well, we need to go even harder, or we need to like back up or anything like that. Right. For me, like, it's interesting to see what Twitch will do. I do think that people like Hassan should be held accountable for the things that they've done on stream. Like, my biggest thing is I'm just tired of watching people not be held accountable for doing fucking crazy things all the fucking time, right? Whether it's in real life politics or whether it's online, it bothers me quite a lot. Okay, let's see if this live button works now. It does, unless it just changed my. Okay. And is this one still doing good? Oh, cool. I made it work. It didn't work last time, but this time it's working. Chilling, me and thriving, and catching up on the news. Get rid of that. All right, we have the short stream going live. This one's already live. We're good there. But yeah, like, I think that there should. How's it going, Moist Sack? Real quick, also, if you're watching on YouTube, please hit the like button. All right, hit the like button. That helps me out a whole lot. It makes it to where more people come into the chat. It makes me feel all warm inside. Okay. It's so funny. He gave an interview where he said the Houthi wasn't a Houthi, but he thought he was when he brought him on. Yeah. I know. It's dog shit. It's not great. I hate it. I just, like, I don't expect anything, but it would be nice if it happened, you know? It would be nice if it happened, but I don't expect much. Hassan is a fucking liar hiding his tanky power level. Yeah. That's why I would like to see people like him held accountable, right? I just want to see when people do bad things, I would like to see them, you know, be held accountable in the same way that, like, I would be held accountable if I did something fucking crazy on stream, right? If I don't do something crazy on stream, or if someone else doesn't do something crazy on stream, I'm fine with them staying around, right? Or if the standards are lowered and, you know, I don't get banned for doing normal shit, and then they don't get banned for doing like crazy shit, then fine. But like, fuck, dude. Like, I'm tired of uneven rules all over the place. I'm tired of people getting away with crazy shit. It's just, it bothers me so much when there's two different sets of rules for different people. So. Okay. What was the next thing that we were going to look at while we get set up here on the short stream? We have, nope, that's the background music. That's just the front page. We just watched that. Cat gags over yogurt. We'll watch that one more time. All right. Oh, the Russian. We have Sergey Lavrov being interviewed by Tucker Carlson. That might be interesting. Are you done with Russian propaganda? Debate on Trump, Putin, and World War III on Piers Morgan. And we have Tim Pool, and then we have a bunch of Twitter links. I think let's watch the Sergey Lavrov thing. How's it going, Moist? Or I'm sorry, I was trying to say Ice Beans, because I just already said hi to Moist Sack. Hassan gets away with a lot because of his size. The stream with his uncle was very funny, though. You know what? I saw a clip from that. I have not watched it all the way, though. If someone wants to link that to me, I think that would be fun to watch on stream. Okay? Hassan saying Zionism is a fascist ideology. How's it going, Permin Blunk? Did you wish Ice Beans happy birthday? Oh, happy birthday, Ice Beans. I didn't know it was your birthday. All right, let's see what this is. While viewing a video of Jewish CNN reporter Dana Bash being harassed in synagogue, Hassan Piker calls Dana a fascist with the reasoning that being that Zionism is a fascist ideology. I'm tired of people who don't know what fascism is talking about fascism. What's your opinion on the heat death of the universe? I'm going to be long gone before that happens, so I have zero opinions on it.
Official position is that saying someone is Zionist trash is a bannable offense. I disavow this this statement, as I am a...
Wait, say it again?
Twitch's official position is that saying someone is Zionist trash is a bannable offense. I disavow this this statement, as I am a loyal soldier for Twitch, and I do not want to get banned, so I can continue being an outward critic of the Israeli state and the things that the Israeli state does. Okay? You should not say it in the chat either. You will get reported. But the reality of the matter is, Dana Fash is a fascist. That's it. Zionism is a fascist ideology. Twitch's official position is that saying someone
Dana
is Zionist
Bash
trash is
this lady right here. That's Dana Bash, right? I don't know why when I read Dana Bash, I thought Dana White. Yeah, she's a fascist. She's a fascist. Okay. Okay. She's a fascist. This lady is a fascist. Okay. What an inflationary use of the word fascist. Yeah, I know. It's again, I'm tired of people who don't know what fascism is calling people fascist or speaking on fascism at all. It's always going to happen for the rest of my life. I know that. It's too far gone, but it's so annoying. It's so annoying.
a bannable and the things that the Israeli state does. Okay? You should not say it in the chat either. You will get reported. But the reality of the matter is, Dana Fash is a fascist. That's it. Zionism is a fascist ideology. Twitch's official position is that
it's just like so fucking soy. All right, we're going to watch Tucker Carlson talking to Foreign Minister Sergey Lavrov. I am super interested to see how this goes, because the conversation with Putin was just esoteric Russianism. Like I don't even know if we should call it fascist, like spur. I don't know if I can say that word. If it's like weird fascy stuff, or if it's just like esoteric strangeness coming from Putin. But yeah, I want to see what Sergey Lavrov has to throw into the conversation here. What does this guy have to offer us?
Thank you for doing this.
Do
you believe the United States and Russia are at war with each other right now?
I wouldn't say so. And in any case, this is not what we want. We would like to have normal relations with all our neighbors, of course, but generally.
Yeah, I hate these fucking people. Why is it doing that? on my screen. I did not double click. There we go. I hate these people so fucking much because, like, the idea, oh, we would love to have normal relations with everybody. You don't, though. You want to dominate everybody. You don't want to have normal relations with the United States. You fuck with you fuck with us with, like, cybersecurity all the fucking time. You feed people mis and disinformation all the fucking time. Like, you're not trying to ingratiate yourself to literally anybody. You're just a piece of shit who's clinging onto power. I voted for Kamala based.
With all countries or not, especially with the great country like the United States. President Putin repeatedly expressed his respect for the American people, for the American history.
Oh, you know what I just realized? I just realized that the Shorts stream does not show what I'm showing on my thing. Window capture 3. Add that in there. Alt. Do that, and then do this. Oh, look at that. Thank you for the follow.
Amazing.
Amazing. Here, we'll put that just like in the center right there. And then we'll do this. And now everybody can see everything.
For the American achievements in the world. And we don't see any reason why Russia and the United States cannot cooperate for the sake of the universe.
Oh,
but
wait,
the United States
you subscribed. Hey, thank you for the money, my man. I appreciate that.
Is funding a conflict that you're involved in, of course, and now is allowing
going on
attacks on Russia itself. So that doesn't constitute war?
We officially are not at war. But what is going on in Ukraine is some people call it hybrid war. I would call it hybrid war as well. But it is obvious that the Ukrainians would not be able to do what they're doing with long-range modern weapons without...
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to defend themselves if it wasn't for, us horrible, horrible Americans. Yeah, it must really, really suck to know that the Americans are giving people the ability to self-defend. That must feel so fucking bad for you. It must feel so bad for you. How? Okay, it's saturating. Cool. It's totally in our best interest. I cannot tell if you are being sarcastic or not, my friend.
Direct participation of the American servicemen, and this is dangerous, no doubt about this. We don't want to aggravate the situation, but since ATACMS and other long-range weapons are being used against mainland Russia, as it were, we are sending signals, and we hope that the last one, a couple of weeks ago, the signal with the new weapon system called Oreshnik,
yes,
was taken seriously. However, we also know that some officials in the Pentagon and in other places, including NATO, they started saying in the last few days something like, well, NATO is a defensive alliance, but sometimes you can strike first because the attack is the best defense. Some others in Stratcom, I think Buchanan is his name, representative of Stratcom, he said something which allows for an eventuality of exchange of limited nuclear strikes. And this kind of threats are really worrying, because if they are following the logic which some Westerners have been pronouncing lately, that, well, don't believe that Russia has red lines. They announce their red lines. These red lines are being moved again and again and again. This is a very serious mistake. That's what
Like, are you going to use nukes? Because that's what the red line means for you guys. You guys have threatened nukes for every single thing. Every single time there's any escalation in this war, it's because Russia does something, right? Russia is not responding to Ukrainian aggression. They're not responding to U.S. or Western aggression. That's what they say that they're doing. But if you look at the timeline of how everything is played out, it has been first, Russia does something incredibly fucked up. Then everybody else responds. And then Russia's like, look at what these people are doing. They're escalating this conflict. They're escalating this issue. How dare they do that? It's like, at a certain point, I'm tired of the fucking cry bullying. I'm tired of the cry bullying. You don't get to sit there and, bomb another country into fucking oblivion and then cry that like, oh, they're doing things that are escalating the conflict. They're doing things like, bitch, what do you think you're doing? You're the one that's escalating the conflict. You're the one that's doing all this, right? And the fact that Tucker Carlson, traitor to the United States, Tucker Carlson is over here trying to run cover for them. It's just so fucking sickening to me, dude.
I would like to say in response to this question, it is not us who started the war. Putin repeatedly said that we started.
You did. You invaded in 2014. You invaded in 2022. You've escalated every step of the way.
The operation in order to end the war, which Kiev regime was conducting against its own people in the parts of Donbass. Just in his latest statement, the president clearly indicated that we are ready for any eventuality, but we strongly prefer peaceful solution through negotiations on the basis of respecting legitimate security interests of Russia and on the basis of respecting the people who live in Ukraine, who still live in Ukraine being Russians, and their basic human rights, language rights, religious rights have been exterminated by series of legislation
whatsoever.
Passed by the Ukrainian.
It has never been made illegal to speak Russian. It has never been made illegal to practice Christianity. Like every single one of these things is like not even a half truth. It's just like a pure fucking fictitious little like scumfuck way to get around any accountability for any of the things that you are doing. The language thing is they wanted to make Ukrainian their national language. They didn't illegalize or punish anyone for speaking Russian. It was just, we're going to speak predominantly Ukrainian. We're going to make that our national language. That was the language thing. When it comes to the religion thing, there was one like archdiocese or whatever the equivalent is in Eastern Orthodox church that was like feeding information to the Kremlin through the FSB during wartime. Yeah, they banned that church that guy was operating. They didn't ban all Christianity. They didn't ban all Eastern Orthodox. They banned one church because it was feeding information to the Russians.
Parliament, and they started long before the special military operation. Since 2017, legislation was passed prohibiting Russian education in Russian, prohibiting Russian media operating in Ukraine, then prohibiting Ukrainian media working in Russian language, and the latest, of course, there were also steps to cancel any cultural events in Russian. Russian books were thrown out of libraries and exterminated, and the latest was the
they exterminated the books. I didn't realize that you could have like a genocide of paper of dictators and autocrats. Well, this is this interview is set up to just create more division in the United States. By making it seem like we're doing something wrong by supporting people who are friendly to us in Ukraine. That's what it's set up to do. That's what the Russians want to do. That's what their aim is. And that's what they've been doing for the past couple of years. No one in the U.S. is buying this bullshit, though. J-Mac, I'm so sorry. I don't know what world you're living in. I don't know what world. Tulsi Gabbard, okay? Tulsi Gabbard repeats all of these talking points. And she's going to be our National Intelligence Director. Tulsi Gabbard, whose former employees said that she constantly scrolls through fucking RT and tries to talk about RT headlines with people. Yes, J-Mac, I'm sorry, but she is.
Law prohibiting canonic Orthodox Church, Ukrainian Orthodox Church, while
it was one church who was feeding like information to the FSB during wartime.
And it's very interesting when people in the West say we want this conflict to be resolved on the basis of the UN Charter and respect for territorial integrity of Ukraine. Russia must withdraw. The Secretary General of the United Nations says similar things. Recently, his representative repeated that the conflict must be resolved on the basis of international law, UN Charter, General Assembly resolutions, while respecting territorial integrity of Ukraine. It's a misnomer, because if you want to respect the United Nations Charter, you have to respect it in its entirety. And the United Nations Charter, among other things, says that all countries must respect equality of states and the right of people for
That's so fucking funny. Like you have to. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that, Mr. Lavrov?
You have to respect it in its entirety. And the United Nations Charter, among other things, says that all countries must respect equality of states and the right of people for self-determination.
Ironic, because didn't you guys try to basically turn Ukraine into a puppet state after they voted to have a trade deal with the EU because that would be a better trade deal for them? And then in response for them rioting and, deposing the guy that you guys turned into your puppet, you guys invaded their fucking country in 2 phases over 10 years? Wait, I'm sorry. Are we forgetting the fact that Ukraine did no aggressive action to you besides say, hey, actually, it's not in our economic benefit to go and do your trade union, whatever the fuck. Was it a trade union or was it a customs union that Russia got to set all of the policy for, and everybody else just has to sit by and fucking live with it. And for some reason, it's Ukraine that's the problem here. It's Ukraine that's the problem? That's violating your sovereignty? Cry me a fucking river. Cry me a fucking river, bro.
And they also mentioned the United Nations.
Again, why are we even critically evaluating what this mope is saying? Because he's being interviewed by like the darling of right-leaning media, Tucker Carlson. And people on the right tend to trust him despite everything. Okay? Despite everything, they seem to trust this guy. So, yeah, you're prevented from training with others unless Russia approves.
General Assembly resolutions, and this is clear that what they mean is the series of resolutions which they passed after the beginning of the special military operation and which demand condemnation of Russia. Russia get out of Ukraine territory in 1991 borders. But there are other United Nations General Assembly resolutions which were not voted but which were consensual. And among them is a declaration on principles of relations between states on the basis of the Charter. And it clearly says, by consensus, everybody must respect territorial integrity of states, whose governments respect the right of people for self-determination, and because of that, represent the entire population living on a given territory. To argue that the people who came to power through military coup d'etat in February 2014 represented...
It wasn't a military coup d'etat. It was civilians rioting.
Crimeans or the citizens of eastern and southern Ukraine is absolutely useless. It is obvious that Crimeans rejected the coup. They said, leave us alone, we don't want to...
No, you guys invaded them. You guys invaded them. You invaded them, and then you gave them no other option but to join Russia. Yeah.
Have anything with you. So did Donbass. Crimeans held referendum, and they rejoined Russia. Donbass was declared by the putschists who came to power a terrorist group. They were shelled, attacked by artillery. The war started, which was stopped in February 2015. And the Minsk agreements were signed, and we were very sincerely interested in closing this drama by seeing Minsk agreements implemented fully.
And then everybody violated those things because the Ukrainians didn't think that you guys would honor them. You didn't. And you guys had no intention of ever honoring them because why would you? You're Russia and you can do whatever the fuck you want, you feel like. So, yeah, I don't think that I particularly care. Especially since they were the ones that were being invaded. Again, they were the ones that were being invaded, not the other way around. Ukraine never did any aggressive action to the Ukrainian, or I'm sorry, the Ukrainians never did any aggressive action whatsoever to the Russians.
It was sabotaged by the government, which was established after the coup d'etat in Ukraine. There was a demand that they enter into a direct dialogue with the people who did not accept the coup. There was a demand that they promote economic relations with that part of Ukraine, and so on and so forth. None of this was done. The people in Kyiv were saying we would never talk to them directly, and this is in spite of the fact that the demand to talk to them directly was endorsed by the Security Council. And they said they are terrorists, we would be, fighting them, and they would be dying in cellars because we are stronger. Had the coup in February 2014, had it not happened, and had the deal which was reached the day before between the then president and the opposition implemented, Ukraine would have stayed one piece by now with Crimea in it. It's absolutely clear. They did not deliver on the deal, instead they staged the coup. The deal, by the way, provided for creation of a government of national unity in February 2014 and holding early elections, which the then president would end Crimea in it. It's absolutely clear. They did not deliver on the deal, instead they staged the coup. The deal, by the way, provided for...
Again, we can say coup all we want, but... Georgia scoring a TD against Texas? Are you talking about Texas? Georgia versus Texas. Is it which Texas? Oh. Man, I'm from Texas and I've never given a fuck about the Longhorns.
For creation of a government of national unity in February 2014 and holding early elections.
Hold on. For context, scroll to the reaction section, go to Russia and read the first paragraph. Okay, let's go to the reactions. Oh, ratification. Reactions. One paragraph. Russia. So the reactions to the To which part? To the reneging on it? The president of the European Council, Herman van Rompuy, stated prior to the signing of the political provisions of the association agreement on 21st of March, blah, 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 signed the political provisions of the agreement 21st March 2014, stated that the agreement is a way of assuring the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian people more comprehensive support. One of the European leaders who signed the political provisions of the agreement of 21st March and stated in a press conference that Ukrainian success will be one of the most powerful answers to Russian aggression. And then Russia. On 29th of July 2013, Russia banned the import of chocolate products made by Ukrainian company Roshan and asked Belarus and Kazakhstan to follow suit. A Russian sanitary official said the company had not met quality and safety standards. Oh my God. Wait, do we have to read this? But critics allege that the ban was meant as a warning against Ukraine associating more closely with the EU. At the time, the owner of Roshan, future president of Ukraine, Poroshenko, was seen as pro-European. On 14th of August 2013, Federal Customs Service of Russia officials began conducting more stringent inspections of cargo arriving from Ukraine than would normally be carried out. This lasted until 20th of August 2013 and was followed by statements from the Russian president's top economic advisor, Sergey Glazyev, arguing that the impact of Russia's response to Ukraine signing the agreement, including tariffs and trade checks, could lead to default, a decline in the standard of living, and political and social unrest in Ukraine, and would violate the Russian-Ukrainian Strategic Partnership and Friendship Treaty. The latter, he warned, would mean that Ukraine's statehood could not be guaranteed by Russia, which might intervene in the country at the request of pro-Russian regions. Interesting.
Which the then president would have lost. Everybody knew that. But they were impatient, and they took the government buildings next morning. They went to this Maidan Square and announced that they created the government of the winners. Compare the government of national unity to prepare for elections and the government of the winners. How can the people whom they, in their view, defeated, how can they pretend that they respect the authorities in Kiev? You know, the right for self-determination is the international legal basis for decolonization process, which took place in Africa on the basis of this charter principle, right for self-determination. The people in the colonies, they never treated the colonial powers, colonial masters, as somebody who represent them, as somebody whom they want to see in the structures which govern those lands. By the same token, the people in east and south of Ukraine, people in Donbass and Novorossiya, they don't consider the Zelensky regime as something which represents their interests. How can they, when their culture, their language, their traditions, their religion, all this was prohibited?
Yes.
And the last point is that if we speak about the...
Also, I'm pretty sure, like, someone tell me if I'm wrong here, all right? Give me a source, okay, that shows that the Russian language and culture was banned at all. Like, I'm pretty sure that they just said we're not going to prioritize Russian language over Ukrainian language. Ukrainian is going to be the, like, official state language of Ukraine.
UN Charter, resolutions, international law, the very first article of the UN Charter, which the West never recalls in the Ukrainian context, says respect human rights of everybody, irrespective of race, gender, language, or religion. Take any conflict. The United States, UK, Brussels, they would interfere saying, oh, human rights have been grossly violated. We must restore the human rights in such and such territory. On Ukraine, never, ever they mumbled the words human rights. seeing these human rights for the Russian and Russian-speaking population being totally exterminated by law. So when people say, let's resolve the conflict on the basis of the Charter, yes, but don't forget that the Charter is not only about territorial integrity, and territorial integrity must be respected only if the governments are legitimate and if they respect the right of their own people.
I want to go back to what you said a moment ago about the introduction or the unveiling of the hypersonic weapon system that you said was a signal to the West. What signal exactly? I think many Americans are not even aware that this happened. What message were you sending by showing it to the world?
Well, the message is that you, the United States, and the allies of the United States, who also provide this long-range weapons to the Kyiv regime, they must understand that we would be ready to use any means not to allow them to succeed in what they call strategic defeat of Russia. They fight for keeping the hegemony over the world on any country, any region, any continent.
They're so mad that they lost the fucking Cold War, dude. They're so fucking ass pained that they lost the Cold War. They can't fucking deal with it. They can't handle the fact. They can't handle the fact that they were the losers. They can't handle it. It's too much for them. It bothers them every single fucking day. Every single fucking day, it bothers the fuck out of them that they weren't the ones that came out on top.
We fight for our legitimate security interests. They say, for example, 1991 borders.
It is, Mr. RWS.
Lindsey Graham, who visited some time ago Zelensky for another talk, he bluntly, in presence of Zelensky, I think, said that Ukraine is very rich with rare earth metals, and we cannot leave this richness to the Russians. We must take it. We fight, so they fight for the regime which is ready to sell or to give to the West all the natural and human resources. We fight for the people who have been living on these lands, whose ancestors were actually developing those lands, building cities, building factories for centuries and centuries. We care about people, not about natural resources, which somebody in the United States would like to keep and to have Ukrainians just as servants sitting on these natural resources. So the message which we wanted to sell by testing in real action this hypersonic system.
What have I said that's wrong? Mr. RWS, tell me, what have I said that is incorrect? I implore you to tell me, please. I want to know. Tell me what I've said that's incorrect. You've only been here for the past 5 minutes, so I am genuinely curious what I've said that is so unbelievably offensive to you. What are your thoughts on Tucker? I think Tucker is a criminal. I think that he is someone who hates this country. Actually, you know what? Let me walk that back a little bit. What Tucker actually is a massive fucking grifter. That's it.
Is that we will be ready to do anything to defend our legitimate interest. We hate even to think about war with the United States, which will take nuclear.
I bet you do fucking hate the idea of going to war with the United States, because that would be disastrous. That would be disastrous for you, wouldn't it? It would be just the absolute worst possible fucking outcome. If you can't even beat Ukraine after 3 years of fucking fighting, or I guess 2 years, I'm going to assume that it would probably be fucking terrifying for you to even consider getting into some sort of armed conflict with the United States.
Clear character. Our military doctrine says that the most important thing is to avoid a nuclear war. And it was us, by the way.
And yet you're the ones that posture nuclear strikes the most. You're a criminal. You get people to buy games and don't play them. Talon, Were you not here last stream when I talked about this? I was playing it last stream and I could not concentrate. I've been playing it on my off time, to be honest. But I cannot concentrate on the fucking game that you want me to play and fucking stream. There's too much brain power going in both ways. Would you prefer Ukraine win the war, or would you rather the war end immediately? It would be really great if the war would end immediately, but what that means is different to different people, I guess, right? Oh wait, why did I do that? This guy still needs those. Yeah, I want the war to end on conditions that are better for Ukrainians. Yeah. That's what Trump wants. I don't know. I don't think even Trump knows what Trump wants. Trump is going to do whatever sounds the best based off of who was licking his ear last. Okay. Although to be honest, I'm not even sure at this point that Trump. I think that it's a. I don't know what Trump will do. I'm not saying that Trump will like 100% abandon Ukraine. I'm saying that it's more likely that we abandon Ukraine under Trump than we would under Biden. But I don't know if Trump is going to abandon Ukraine. And I've said that the entire time. We just don't know. We just don't know.
Who initiated in January 2022 the message, the joint statement by the leaders of the five permanent members of the Security Council, saying that we will do anything to avoid confrontation between us, acknowledging and respecting each other's security interests and concerns. This was our initiative. And the security interests of Russia were totally ignored when they rejected, about the same time, when they rejected the proposal to conclude a treaty on security guarantees for Russia, for Ukraine, in the context of coexistence and in the context when Ukraine would not be ever member of NATO or any other military bloc. These security interests of Russia were presented to the West, to NATO and to the United States. In December 2021, we discussed them several times, including during my meeting with Tony Blinken in Geneva in January, late January 2022, and this was rejected. So we would certainly like to avoid any misunderstanding. And since the people, some people in Washington and some people in London, in Brussels, seem to be not very capable to understand, we will send additional messages if they don't draw necessary conclusions.
The fact that we're having a conversation.
Okay. We're going to skip the next two segments because I'm not too interested in those. What would it take to end the war, according to this guy?
He is not adequate.
So what are the terms under which Russia would cease hostilities? Like what are you asking for?
10 years ago, in February 2014, we were asking only for the deal between the president and the opposition.
Yes.
To have government of national unity, to hold early elections, to be implemented. The deal was signed. And we were asking for the implementation of this deal. They were...
he's talking about the trade union, trade customs union thing right here?
It shows that he is not adequate.
So what are the terms under which Russia would cease hostilities? Like what are you asking for?
10 years ago, in February 2014, we were asking only for the deal between the president and the opposition.
Yes.
To have government of national unity, to hold early elections, to be implemented. The deal was signed. And we were asking for the implementation of this deal. They were absolutely impatient and aggressive. And they were, of course, pushed, I have no slightest doubt, by the Americans, because if Victoria...
Listen, Talon, I will finish the game on stream. I won't play anymore off stream, okay? Unless you think that I should, all right? I will finish playing that game on stream when there is enough people donating for me to make this worth just, sitting by and, memeing and playing video games. Okay, we're going to get some of those. Okay. Hold on, guys. When he's talking about the early election, whatever the fuck he's talking about right here, is he talking about the trade thing?
So what are the terms under which Russia would cease hostilities? Like what are you asking for?
10 years ago, in February 2014, we were asking only for the deal between the president and the opposition.
Yes.
To have government of national unity, to hold early elections, to be implemented. The deal was signed, and we were asking for the implementation of this deal. They were absolutely impatient and aggressive, and they were, of course, pushed, I have no slightest doubt, by the Americans, because if Victoria Nuland and the US ambassador agreed the composition of the government, why wait for 5 months to hold early elections? The next time we were in favor of something was when the Minsk agreements were signed.
Yes.
I was there. The negotiations lasted for 17 hours. And the deal was, well, Crimea was lost by that time because of the referendum. And
it was lost. It was lost because you guys stole it, right? Because you stole it? Because you guys are thieving... Actually, I don't know if I can even say that.
Nobody, including my colleague John Kerry, meeting with us, nobody in the West was raising the issue of Crimea. Everybody was concentrated on Donbass. And the Minsk agreements provided for territorial integrity of Ukraine, minus Crimea, this was not even raised, and a special status for a very tiny part of Donbass, not for the entire Donbass, not for Novorossiya at all. Part of Donbass, under these Minsk agreements, endorsed by the Security Council, should have the right to speak Russian language, to teach Russian language, to study in Russian, to have local law enforcement, like in the states of US, to be consulted when judges and prosecutors are appointed by the central authority, and to have some facilitated economic connections with neighboring regions of Russia. That's it. Something which President Macron promised to give to Corsica.
Crimea is Russian clay since Catherine the Great. Sorry, Soy Soul. Sorry, don't give a fuck about Catherine the Great. Don't give a fuck about literally any of that shit. What I care more about is who had it when international borders were drawn, according to the UN, because we've been going based off of that system for a good long while, and it seemed to be working just fine the way we were doing it. It seems like the only people that are ass mad about the way that we were doing it were the Russians, believe it or not.
Okay. And still is
I've
considering
never even heard of that
how to do this. And when these agreements were sabotaged all along, first by Poroshenko and then by Zelensky, both of them, by the way, came to presidency running on the promise of peace, and both of them lied. So when these Minsk agreements
they didn't do anything militarily or any other way aggressive to you. So why do you keep on saying things that make it seem like they did something that was aggressive towards you? Because they didn't. You were the aggressor. You aggressed on every single fucking step along the way. That was you.
Were sabotaged to the extent that we saw the attempts to take this tiny part of Donbass by force. And we, as Putin explained, we have, at that time, we suggested these security arrangements to NATO and the United States, which was rejected. And when the Plan B was launched by Ukraine and its sponsors, trying to take this part of Donbass by force, it was then that we launched the special military operation. Had they implemented the Minsk agreements, Ukraine would be one piece minus Crimea. But even then, when Ukrainians, after we started the
Yeah, after we invade them, they could have just, sat there and been the cuckolds that we wanted them to be. If they cared about their country, they could have just let us invade and do whatever the fuck we want. But unfortunately, they didn't. They didn't let us do whatever the fuck we want. So now we're mad, and we're going to do everything possible to completely destroy that cuck country. That's what he's saying here. That's just what he's saying. Like, oh, well, they didn't want to play ball with the way that we wanted them to play ball with us, so therefore they get fucked. Sorry.
operation suggested to negotiate, we agreed. There were several rounds.
Oh, Based Welshman. I was trying to remember what the fuck your name was. We were supposed to talk about this today. After I'm done with this segment and probably one or two more of these, we're not going to watch this entire thing, but you're welcome to jump into chat. I know we were supposed to talk on Friday, but life got in the way and I was not able to stream.
In Belarus, and one later they moved to Istanbul, and in Istanbul, Ukrainian delegation put a paper on the table saying those are the principles on which we are ready to agree. And we accepted those principles.
The Minsk principles.
No, the Istanbul principles.
Yes.
That was April 22.
Right.
Which was no NATO, but security guarantees to Ukraine collectively provided with the participation of Russia. And these security guarantees would not cover Crimea or the east of Ukraine. It was their proposal. And it was initialed. And the head of the Ukrainian delegation in Istanbul, who is now the chair of the Zelensky faction in the parliament, he recently, a few months ago, in an interview, he confirmed that this was the case. And on the basis of these principles, we were ready to draft a treaty. But then this gentleman who headed the Ukrainian delegation in Istanbul, he said that Boris Johnson visited and told them to continue to fight. Then there was...
But Boris Johnson, on behalf of...
He said no, but, you know, the guy who initialed the paper, he said it was Boris Johnson. Other people say it was Putin who ruined the deal because of the massacre in Bucha. But massacre in Bucha is something which they never mentioned anymore. Massacre in Bucha. I do, and we do. In a sense...
Because there was a massacre, and I feel like I do still hear people talk about the massacre in Bucha. Why are we pretending like people don't talk about the massacre in Bucha? Look at the Minsk agreement. Which one? There were multiple Minsk agreements, and both sides were violating that shit. Like, it wasn't just the Russians, and it wasn't just the Ukrainians that were violating those agreements. It was both of them, because the Russians didn't really intend on holding to them, and the Ukrainians weren't going to sit there and let the Russians, bomb them forever. So let me make some of these bad boys. That's what I'm talking about.
They are on the defensive several times in the...
Hold on. I don't think anyone knows who to trust anymore. That is true. Even I'm at that point. You just have to have some epistemic humility and understand that, at a certain point, you're not going to know literally everything. You're going to have to find people that seem to be telling the truth more often than not. When it comes to Tucker Carlson, I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw that fat motherfucker. Why? Because he was literally fired from Fox News because he lied so much that he cost them nearly $1 billion. So there's probably a good reason that they don't want him as their news anchor anymore, because he kept on fucking lying and provably lying according to the court documents. So
United Nations Security Council, sitting at the table with Antonio Guterres. 2 years ago and last year,
set this up.
Last year and this year, the General Assembly, I raised the issue of Bucha and said, guys, it is strange that you are silent about Bucha, because you were very vocal when BBC team found itself on a street where the bodies were located. And can we, I inquired, can we get the names of the persons whose bodies were broadcast by BBC? Total silence. I addressed Antonio Guterres personally in the presence of the Security Council members. He did not respond. Then at my press conference in New York, after the end of the General Assembly last September, I asked all the correspondents, guys, you are journalists. Maybe you're not an investigative journalist, but journalists normally are interested to get the truth. And Bucha thing, which was played all over the media outlets condemning Russia, is not of any interest to anyone. Politicians, UN officials.
Man, there's been so many Russian atrocities since. It's probably just one of those things that people don't think about anymore because it happened right at the beginning of the war, and there's been like 50 or 60 other Russian atrocities that you guys have committed. Probably not like the highest priority thing for people to care about right this second. So that's probably why I would hazard to guess. Okay, I'm going to guess that's a good distance. Fuck, I can't remember. Wait, do I have a blueprint that how to set these bad boys up? Fuck, no, I don't. Game blueprints, my blueprints. My blueprints? No. I do not. Damn it. I hate this game so fucking much. Okay.
And now even journalists. I asked them when I talked to them in September, please, as professional people, try to get the names of those whose bodies were shown in Bucha. No answer.
Can I post a YouTube link explaining Ruski Mir? If you want to, I'm not sure if we'll get to it today or at all on stream, but I'll almost certainly watch it off stream. Just because I don't know what Ruski Kir is. There's one video that I thought was really interesting. I'm not sure if people should take it for gospel. It's from Laserpig. And essentially his argument is that the entirety of the Ukrainian conflict can be boiled down to what's his name? Putin believes in color revolution theory, which was a very interesting video. But even if it's not what is actually going on, it's still very. It does talk a lot about very interesting concepts around Russian disinformation and why Russia might have invaded Ukraine. Come on, let's finish this. I hate using pipes in this stupid fuck-ass game so fucking much. Wait, we have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool.
Just like we don't have any answer to the question, where is the results of medical analysis of Alexei Navalny, who died recently, but who was treated in Germany in the fall of 2020, when he felt bad on a plane over Russia. The plane landed. He was treated by...
Okay, we're not going to listen to about Navalny. I'm not super interested in that part. You missed a pipe? Where did I miss a pipe? Oh, I did miss a pipe. Thank you. Although I'm not done over here.
The Russian doctors in Siberia, then the Germans wanted to take him. We immediately allowed the plane to come. They took him in less than 24 hours. He was in Germany. And then the Germans continued to say that we poisoned him. And we asked them, can you, and they announced that the analysis confirmed that he was poisoned. We asked for the test results to be given to us. They said, no, we give it to...
Color revolution theory is basically the idea that a country can go in and subvert another country by means of... One second, let me get all those bad boys. There we go. By means of culture and other things. So, like if you ever hear anyone talk about like, oh, that was a color revolution. People say that the Euromaidan protests were a color revolution. They were not. Basically, like you start at the lower level and you create such an appetite for revolution, right? That revolution becomes completely unavoidable and impossible to avoid. And at the end of the day, when things start heating up, you go in and you pay people to revolt, and then you can make that country subservient to you. Yeah, you just wearing matching colors. Yeah, true.
The organization on chemical weapons.
We're going to listen a little bit.
We went to this organization.
Which part? Sanctions on Russia, Chinese. I'm not well versed enough on the sanction in Russia to speak on it. We'll skip to Biden pushes the U.S. towards nuclear war before Trump takes office. Actually, I already know what this is going to be about because of the attackums and stuff, right? But like the entire reason that there are attackums being launched into Russia is because Russia has fucking North Korean troops coming over to bolster their fucking forces to make a final push into Ukraine, because there is probably going to be a resolution to this war. So at the end of the day, is that Ukraine's fault? No, it's not. Do I need... No, I just need the oil. Go like that, and 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 that. Perfect. And then pop, 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 pop. There we go.
And then, of course, most dramatically in Syria, you have turmoil. Does this seem like part of an effort by the United States to make the resolution more difficult?
There is nothing new, frankly, because the U.S.
Wait, hold on. How is what's going on in Syria the United States' fault? They've been in a civil war for fucking how long? Like more than a decade, right? Like to at the very least about a decade? How are you going to fucking blame the United States for that? The rebels seem to be taking advantage of the fact that, the Hezbollah and Iran are preoccupied and Russia is also preoccupied. Who else is going to, Oh, wait, it's shift click. There we go. And then we need some more. Oh, shit. I don't have any steel. Fuck!
So historically, in foreign policy was motivated by making some trouble and then to see if they can fish in the muddy water. Iraqi aggression, Libyan adventure.
Wait, hold on. Happy Duck says, Lib Democrat nation building box shaped franchise fast food buildings and urchin cares at a nice pace. NAFTA libs bringing in masses of unskilled to take high school or part-time job. What the fuck are you talking? Like, can you retype those things in proper sentence structure and proper, like language, please, so I can understand what the fuck you're trying to say?
Sure, ruining the state, basically. Fleeing from Afghanistan, now trying to get back through the back door, using the United Nations, to organize some event where the U.S. can be present, in spite of the fact that they left Afghanistan in very bad shape and arrested money, don't want to give it back. I think this is, if you analyze the American foreign policy steps, adventures, most of them is the right word. That's the pattern. They create some trouble and then they see how to use it. In Georgia, the OSCE monitors elections. When it used to monitor elections in Russia, they would always be very negative. And on other countries as well, Belarus, Kazakhstan. This time in Georgia, the monitoring mission of OSCE presented a positive report, and it is being ignored. So when you need endorsement of the procedures, you do it when you like the results of the election. If you don't like the results of elections, you ignore it. It's like when the United States and other Western countries recognized unilateral declaration of independence of Kosovo, they said this is the self-determination being implemented. When a few years later, and there was no referendum in Kosovo, unilateral declaration of independence. By the way, after that, the Serbs approached International Court of Justice, which ruled that, well, normally they are not very specific, in their judgment, but they ruled that unilateral, or rather, when part of a territory declares independence, it is not necessarily to be agreed with the central authorities. And when a few years later, Crimeans were holding referenda with invitation of many international observers, not from international organizations, but from parliamentarians in Europe, in Asia, in post-Soviet space, they said, no, we cannot accept this because this is violation of territorial integrity.
Right.
You pick and choose. The UN Charter is not a menu. You have to respect it in all its entirety.
So who's paying the rebels who've taken parts of Aleppo? Is the Assad government in danger of falling? What is happening exactly in your view in Syria?
Well, we had a deal when this crisis started, and we organized the Astana process of Russia, Turkey, and Iran. We meet regularly, and another meeting is being planned before the end of the year or early next year to discuss the situation on the ground. And the rules of the game is to help Syrians to come to terms with each other and to prevent separatist trends from getting strong. That's what the Americans are doing in the east of Syria when they groom some Kurdish separatists using the profits from oil and grain, salt, the resources which they occupy. This Astana format is a useful combination of players, if you wish, and we are very much concerned. After this happened with Aleppo and surroundings, I had a conversation with the Turkish Minister of Foreign Affairs and with Iranian colleague. We agreed to try to meet this week.
Did you see it coming?
Hopefully in Doha, in the margins of this international conference. We would like to...
Okay. It's getting boring. We're going to move on. I don't know if the Welsh guy wanted to talk more about this. He's welcome to. I have the Discord open, so if he wants to jump in. Look how Russia helps Aleppo. Yeah, didn't they basically raise fucking Aleppo to the ground? Wasn't that place just completely glassed basically by Russia? I appreciate it, Bradley. Jesus Christ! Wait, what the fuck was that? Was that like... Oh shit, what are they called? When you have the... What is it? What's the kind of munition where they shoot it and it splits into like fucking 50 million different like grenade-sized things? Or slightly bigger? Cluster bombs. Damn, they were cluster bombing a fucking urban environment, dude. That's insane, dude. Is only Ukraine allowed to use those? Using them in a urban environment where there are still civilians around is markedly different than using them to clear out trenches of people who are invading your country. But, you know, good try, letting her go. I don't know if I'm like wholly against cluster bombs or anything. All right. What else do we have? We're done with this. You have to read subtitles. It took me a while to find, but it's important when people bring up Boris Johnson and peace talks in 2022. Probably a war crime. I mean, like to drop it in a... I do know that there's a bunch of countries around the world that have a prohibition on cluster bombs. The United States is not one of those countries. But the reason that they don't like them is because there's some percentage of the cluster bombs that won't go off, and then if picked up by a civilian can blow them the fuck up, right? Which is obviously bad. What the problem is that I think that there are circumstances where I think cluster bombs are like a legitimate use of force, right? Like if you're out in the middle, if you're not using it in a fucking urban environment, not using it against fucking civilians, right? Like that's probably number one. Like the way that the Ukrainians were using them, I think that we gave it to them last year. They were using it because there were these huge trench networks that the Russians had set up, and hitting them with precision guided missiles was a waste of resources. So they just got to camp out there. But once they got the cluster munitions, they could clear out an entire section of the trenches, rush in there, and, you know, move the line forward, you know? I love making minimum wage and having a 45-year mortgage. Our generation has it made. We have the best prices on car notes. Much better than my great-grandfather had. Listen, I know there's probably people in chat, especially on the short stream, that have never seen me before. You guys have just come across me. I'm totally fine with people disagreeing with me in chat, but if you're just being a fucking retard and saying, like, meme stuff, I'm probably just going to ban you. Okay? You can either actually critique something that I'm saying, or you can jump into a voice call. There's a link that should be giving the link to the Discord every once in a while. But if you haven't seen that yet, you can type in ! And then type in Discord, no space, and there it is right there. It was going to be a link that pops up. Oh, look at that. And you can jump into a voice call with me. I'm not scared of people challenging what I'm saying. I'm not scared of people, you know, saying that I'm wrong or anything like that. I had 2 conversations last stream that were relatively respectful. But yeah, like if you're just going to be a fucking retard in my chat, then I'm probably just going to ban you because you're clogging up my chat from me seeing other people type. So, and I have 3 chats going on right now, so. Let's see here. Wait, have you seen the sword missile? Oh, the bladed missile that, yeah, where you can like launch it and then kill someone like specifically in their car in the middle of like 5 o'clock traffic. Yeah, that shit's fucking insane. How did you create that link space? What do you mean link space? Watch the 2-minute clip. Bro, I swear to God, if this 2-minute clip... Is it all in Russian? Oh, cool. 1 second. It opened in the wrong window. I hate watching stuff in Russian. You said to skip to what time stamp? Okay, I'm just going to turn it down real low and I'm going to read the subtitles. Look, Putin showed a document with the result of the Belarusian negotiations. He showed it to the African delegation. He claimed it was a written-out project of peace deal with Ukraine. And this document was allegedly initiated in Istanbul. The document was called Agreement on Permanent Neutrality of Ukraine and Security Guarantees. Putin said that there were 18 articles. As he said, I'm citing, everything was written out from armored vehicles to the size of the Ukrainian army. Why does Ukraine have to be... Why does Russia get to dictate the size of the military, who Ukraine can trade with, the size of Ukrainians' military, who they can and can't make military alliances with? Why did they're acting like they're already some kind of vassal state, dude? They're acting like they're already a vassal state and that they're just reclaiming it. No, that's not how the fucking world works. Oh, the exclamation point Discord thing. When you, it's the Stream Element spot, the program that I use to stream. But like, why does Russia, like, even with our neighbors, like, you can talk about spheres of influence, right? But we don't tell the Mexican army how big, or the Mexicans how big their army can be, who they can and can't trade with. Like, Mexico is trading with China right now. We probably don't like that very much, right? But we're not telling them who they can and can't trade with. The idea that these two things are the same, like, it's just large power politics. It's just not true. Russia just seeks to dominate an entire fucking country because it feels like it's entitled to it. Everything was written out. He said it was signed by the leader of the delegation. Hold on. Actually, Gas, can you link me like the Wikipedia article about this neutrality thing real quick? Zelensky is poor and doesn't receive enough aid. Actually, unironically based. He doesn't receive enough aid. We should be sending them at least $40 billion worth of fucking attack missiles and fucking cluster bombs every single fucking day. Unironically. Yes, why didn't he publish the document? You noticed? Why do you think? If he had a document, he would publish it, right? The goal of the Ukrainian delegation was to drag out the process. What goal had the Russian did the Russians have? The Russian delegation thought to the last moment that they can pressure us into signing such a deal, taking neutrality. That was the main thing for them. They were ready to end the war if we take neutrality like Finland a while ago. That didn't work out too well for him, did it? Now Finland's part of NATO. And that we give an obligation not to join NATO. Factually, this was the key point. The rest was cosmetic and political additions. Like about denazification, Russian-speaking population, and blah, blah, blah. Why did Ukraine not agree to this point? First, to accept this, we would need to change our constitution. Our NATO aspiration is written in the constitution. Really? Secondly, there was not enough trust to the Russians that they will fulfill everything. This we could only have done with security guarantees. We couldn't cite something, walk away, and everyone would relax, sign something. And later, they would move in better prepared. They would move in, and we would not be prepared for this. We could only sign it if we were 100% sure that it would not repeat itself. True. And we don't have such certainty. Also, when we returned from Istanbul, Boris Johnson came to Kyiv and said that we will not sign anything with them and let's just make war. Wait, what?
А такої впевненості немає. Більш того, коли ми повернулися зі Стамбулу, приїхав Борис Джонсон до Києва і сказав, що ми взагалі не будемо з ними нічого підписувати. І давайте будемо просто воювати.
Okay, okay, you know what? If you guys in the YouTube chat just want to fight with him, you guys can fight with him. He's very obviously a troll. I don't know how to fucking tell you guys that. That's why I said the whole thing. If you want to engage, you can engage with me in chat, like, or you can jump into a voice call with me. You're totally welcome to. But like, this guy's just a troll, right? Zelensky is an Israeli citizen? Is that even true? Zelensky height. Funny. Am I having a stroke? Israeli citizenship. I don't know what this... I'm not sure if I trust that at face value. Dual citizenship is technically illegal in Ukraine, but is widely tolerated in practice. So they're talking about and he is not a citizen of Israel. Listen, if you have a link, you can post it in my Discord, or you can link it in Twitch chat. Unfortunately, YouTube does not allow people to post links. Otherwise, I would tell you to post a link in YouTube chat. I already gave up on the new Factorio. Oh shit, I should pause so that I don't have pollution going all over the place. Hope you're having fun. Listen, I haven't gotten the new one. I just picked it up because motherfucker, do your own research. Fucking lazy. Well, I just looked it up. You can see on the screen that I'm looking this up right now, but like I'm not seeing anything that shows that Zelensky has dual citizenship except for this Atlantic Council .org okay, it's a think tank. Okay, maybe it's not a bad source. Let's look. Oh, wait, hold on. I need to go back. Oh, wait, this one. No, even this isn't saying... Wait, hold on. This doesn't even say that he has dual citizenship. Huh. Interesting. You're a slow reader? Well, I wasn't reading out loud. I was skimming the article for like any mention of Israel, but oof. Let's get back to the Tucker Carlson clip you had on deck. What's your name, bro? It's Sondsol. I don't give up my name on stream. Sorry. Ninja Turtles, what the fuck? Okay. We don't need this tab anymore. 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 We don't need that tab anymore. Not that one. We haven't gone over these. We're supposed to... I don't know if I care about this. We're not going to finish the... We're not going to finish the Tucker Carlson thing because there's not any more sections of it that I'm like particularly interested in listening to. It's super fucking long. Mine's obviously Bradley. Nice to meet you. Tanky? Wait, who's talking about tankies? Oh. About neutrality. Ukraine's declaration of sovereignty, adopted by Parliament in 1990, declared it had the intention of becoming a permanently neutral state that does not participate in military blocs and adheres to 3 nuclear-free principles. However, in December 2014, Ukraine's parliament voted to end its neutral status, and in 2018, it voted to enshrine the goal of NATO membership in the Constitution. Huh, interesting. Tucker Carlson is CIA, fact. So is that asshole? I don't know who Vanderbilt is, but Tucker Carlson is just a grifter. If he was CIA, he's doing the worst possible job of, propping up the United States possible. Okay. What else do we have here? Let me look at the content suggestions. And by the way, hey guys, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Twitch, well, first off, if you're watching on YouTube, please like the stream. If you're watching on the short stream, you just double tap the screen. And if you're watching on the full size, by the way, if you guys don't like the shorts format, look at this. You can have it both ways. Look at that. You can just go to my channel and you can click on the actual horizontal landscape format stream and get the full experience. Do hit the like button. That helps me out quite a lot. If you are feeling super nice and you want to help a brother out during the holidays, here is my donation link. Look at that. We all need a little bit of extra money. All right. All need a little bit of extra money to buy people Christmas presents and stuff like that. I'm saving up to be able to go to the doctor. So if you guys want to help me out with that, please use that donation link. Also, subscribing to the YouTube is super helpful. I really hate doing the whole plugging thing, so I'm going to stop at this point. There we go. Anderson Cooper is a stage name. He is a Vanderbilt. Anderson Cooper is a stage... Is that really true? I mean, it is a good news name. Anderson Cooper. Really? Born Anderson Hayes Cooper. Bro, you're like 0 for 2 now, dude. You said that Zelensky had Israeli citizenship, and now you're saying that this guy used to be a Vanderbilt, but he was born as Anderson Hayes Cooper. Nope, no. He is the younger son of writer Wyatt Emery Cooper, the father, and artist Gloria Vanderbilt. So so Cooper isn't his stage name, it's his legal name. If you're like a conservative kind of guy, don't you think that aren't you like of the mind that the woman should take the last name of the husband when they get married, and then the kids have the father's last name? Or are we like pretending like that doesn't matter? Like only if they're Jewish, now they have to keep the mother's name so that you can keep track forever of who is Jewish and who's not? Is that what this is? His mother is literally a Vanderbilt? No, I didn't say that. I thought that he was being serious, that it's just a stage name, but it's not a stage name. It's his legal name. Anderson Hayes Cooper. It's literally his name. No, not when one family is wealthy. Oh, okay. So when, like, at what point during someone's financial life, all right, what does their wealth have to be in order for the woman to, like, pass on her last name? What is Vanderbilt? It's probably some Jewish name that they're really mad that he's Jewish. I could be making like a massive assumption right here, because this guy like was making a big deal of some fake story that Zelensky has Israeli citizenship, but I'm pretty confident this guy probably just doesn't like Jewish people. Yes, I know who the fucking Vanderbilts were, and I think that they might have been Jewish, or like it's like one of those conspiracies that like if they were rich then they must have been Jewish. I'm not even sure. They aren't Jewish. A lot of Nazis, for some reason, like say that like the Vanderbilts and literally every single fucking robber baron person from the early 19th century or early 20th century was a Jewish person. So, all right. Oh, you know what we should look at some stuff of. No, not music. I meant to click on news. We should look at the new details on suspect in UnitedHealthcare CEO killing. Real quick, give me a temperature check for people in chat, okay? Give me a temperature check. What do we think? Because I'm going to talk about this, but I just want to see how delusional chat is. What do we think about the UnitedHealthcare CEO getting assassinated in broad daylight? Well, I decide which one of these we should watch. Is there really not a more recent? Wait, shooter may have used veterinary gun? I don't care about the CEO. Okay. This is... Same applies to other places, not just Boston Brahim. What are you talking about? Old money, not new money? Wait, what the fuck are you... Restate what you were talking about. $9mm? I heard that it was a 25mm gun. Oh, wait, hold on. No, I'm mixing that up. I'm mixing that up with something else. Was it a 9mm? I haven't like followed the story like close enough to where I know like what the caliber of the gun was. I was mixing it up with me and my girlfriend were watching the not Casey Anthony, the other crazy woman that murdered someone. What's the other crazy woman? What's the other crazy woman that killed? It was big case. Nancy Grace covered her for fucking forever. Not the one that drowned them in the tub. She killed like her boyfriend, and he was a Mormon. And she pretended to be Mormon to date him. And she was almost certainly mentally ill. Someone please. Oh, it's fucking killing me. What the fuck is her name? Okay. Anyway, I was mixing it up with her. Good in speculation. It's pretty crazy how dude is still out there. What if he decided he wanted to kill someone in your family because he didn't like your views on something? Well, here's what I'll say. All right. This is my take. On one hand, all right. On one hand, I think I agree with what Abby said, right? Jody Arias, fucking thank you, Nair. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy fuck. I couldn't even think I couldn't even think to continue talking because I was trying to think of that. Yeah, and Rebel football, Rebel foot baseball. Sorry, I feel like I'm stuttering when I'm saying your name. But yeah, I think Rebel foot baseball and Abby both have it right. It's not surprising, and I don't care either way. However, people rejoicing about a person's death is pretty gross and crazy, but people are hurting. I'm not surprised. Yeah, that's exactly what I think. Like at the end of the day, like what we can see from all of this is that, like there is. Like from the response of this, right, is that there's obviously a massive anti, like healthcare system sentiment in the United States. I think everybody in the United States really does fucking hate everything to do with our healthcare system. That being said, like understanding why everyone is acting like they are in the face of the murder, just because we understand it doesn't mean that it's good, you know? Like killing the CEO of the pharmaceutical company, or not the pharmaceutical, the healthcare insurance company, it's not going to change dick all. Can we all agree on that? No matter what you think about, you know, whether he should or shouldn't have been or anything like that, like it's not going to change literally anything about our healthcare system, right? I don't think it's going to send a message and it's going to change anything. It was just a murder of someone. I don't think that we should celebrate that any more than I would celebrate the death of anyone who was murdered or anyone who like fell ill or was, you know, I might not care. Like I don't really care. Like I don't personally know the guy. I'm not like super offended that people are doing it, except for the fact that like they really mean it, you know? It's kind of like with like racist jokes. Like sometimes racist jokes can be funny. Okay? Racial jokes, racist jokes, like, but if I feel like the person actually hates like the race of people that they're making a joke about, suddenly it doesn't feel like a funny joke anymore, you know? It doesn't feel that way. And it's the same with this. Like, there were a couple of the like memes that came out of the assassination that they were kind of funny. I'm not going to fucking lie. Some of them were funny. I like dark humor. I like edgy humor, but like some of these people unironically want people to go out and just kill as many fucking CEOs as possible. And that's not going to solve anything for literally anybody. You are a guy who knows nothing. Well, Deckenfrost, if you think that there's always a way that you can, hey, maybe you can save me from myself. Here is a link to the Discord right there. You can join the Discord. You can jump into the voice call and you can tell me what I'm wrong about. But I don't think that I'm saying anything wrong right now. I'm giving my opinion on the killing of someone. I haven't even gotten into factual basis on literally anything. You can just call me Rebel. But didn't it affect the Blue Cross Blue Shield decision on the anesthesia policy? I don't think that this was what affected that directly, maybe a little bit, but it was probably just the generalized backlash to the. And also, I think that the reasoning behind that. Now, don't catch me. Don't assume that I'm simping for, health insurance companies by any means. Okay, but like the reason given for it was that there are some doctors who will run up the costs on anesthesia and keep people under for longer than they need to be in order to get more money from the insurance company. Now, I've literally just heard that. I don't know. It sounds really fucking bad. Like, listen, I was hospitalized earlier this year, right? I almost fucking died. I either was going to either lose my kidney or die because of a massive fucking kidney stone. So I had to go to the hospital. I had to get put under. I have a lot of fucking medical debt because I don't have insurance because I'm poor. If they were there and they're like, oh, well, this guy's insurance only covers, 35 minutes of anesthesia. Wake him up. In the middle of them like shoving shit up my dick while I'm under, I think I would probably have a massive problem with that, right? But yeah, like there might be some legitimate reason for it, but like when you come out and you make a policy like that and you don't explain why it is, those headlines are going to kill you, you know? U.S. healthcare is still better than no healthcare. That doesn't mean the U.S. healthcare is good in any way. Yeah, true. Yeah. Guy in charge of murdering your parents and children for that sweet COVID money gets what he gets. What are you fucking talking about? This was an insurance provider. Was there even a single policy that covered people's insurance costs or anything like that? Or is it just because you see like the word healthcare and you're immediately like, oh, those fucking globalists. Oh, those globalists and their COVIDs and their blah, blah. Like, chill the fuck out. Say something of substance or like, listen. The crazies are out today. It's because I'm streaming to YouTube Shorts, okay? I can imagine some kind of freebie period like that, a demo surgery where they fix one lung but leave the other for upsell. I mean, given how bad the U.S. healthcare system is, like, yeah, I could imagine some hell world where it does get to that point, right? But again, like the problem is, right? The problem is that killing the CEO doesn't solve anything, right? Killing the CEO doesn't solve anything. It doesn't change anyone's fucking policies. It doesn't like change anything at the end of the day. And I think that the most that this has done is show very clearly that very clearly that the American people really fucking hate the way that our insurance and our healthcare system is run, you know? The government stepped in. Wait, hold on. Let me read. Let me not skip people. Capitalism brings all innovation to the medical field, so your socialized crap wouldn't have the treatments it has without America. Facts. I mean, I don't disagree with that, Letner Goat. I'm not like a socialist, and you know this. I fight with socialists all the fucking, or I used to fight with socialists. Now I try to ignore them as much as possible. But we are like the best country in terms of like medical technology advancements, right? And pharmaceuticals. There's probably ways that we can fix the way that we do our insurance, though, so that, because what we have right now, the reason everything is expensive isn't because, you know, like we're paying for the premium like outcomes, because we're paying more and having worse outcomes. What we need to do is we need to streamline it so that there isn't so much money going to administrative costs. These things aren't going towards, you know, advancing medical technology. The healthcare industry is the most bloated, inefficient fucking piece of shit you've ever seen in your entire life. There's like 6 different systems all working together and all like getting money off of each other by communicating with each other. No, deregulate. The regulations on the healthcare system or the insurance system are not the problem. It is the fact that it is so deregulated. We're paying for research. The majority of the cost that goes into healthcare right now goes into administrative fees. And that is like undeniably a fact. By assassination, you change the board? No, he's the CEO. He's the CEO. He's not the board. Are you insane? Do you know what the board is? And do you know what a CEO is and a CFO, CMO? These are all different people and those aren't all part of the board. Oh, you're talking about the chessboard. Okay. Well, okay. Big Pharma is also spending more of its profits on advertising than R&D, which is crazy. Do not get into the R&D conversation because you don't know enough about how how money goes into R&D and why they put money into R&D and on what, please. I run a company larger than the combined wealth of your neighborhood. Cool. Okay. And? Okay. Let's watch this thing. We'll see what we learn. Okay?
The breaking news, we've got new details about the gun.
Yeah, Abby's right. I call bullshit too. Show me your bank account right now. You know what? Prove to me. Yeah, prove it with a donation of $100. Help me pay for Christmas gifts.
Used by the suspected shooter. Police revealing just moments ago that they are looking into the possibility, as you look here, that the assassin used, right there, let's pause it, that gun in his hand as a veterinarian gun. That's a larger firearm. It's used on farms and ranches. Police are also revealing they're talking to Brian Thompson's family as well as people he worked with and local law.
Wait a second. I thought that the kind of guns that they like put animals down with were like, it had like a piston in it, and then you put in a blank and it would fire the piston into the animal's head. Am I wrong on that? I've worked in vet offices before, right? That's to stun them in slaughter? Well, right. But like if they're talking about like a firearm that's using veterinary medicine, I don't think that it's going to be a fucking 9mm handgun. Right? That's for slaughter horses? You realize that would be like still like veterinary stuff, right? Horses are animals. Veterinarians also treat horses and cows and shit. On the farm, we just used a large caliber rifle. Yeah. I mean, that'll do it. If you use a large enough caliber weapon, I mean, shit, if you use a small enough caliber weapon placed right, you'll be able to kill a cow, you know? Are there different kind of vets? That one might use a 9mm for like fucking crocodiles. I'm pretty sure that if you're at the point where you're like going to need to use a gun to defend yourself against the animals that you're treating, you'd probably just carry a Glock, you know? The gun he used was using subsonic with a can. I've heard that, but it could be that he was using regular rounds and the suppressor was not creating enough blowback to cycle the firearm, depending on what kind of gun it was. Like that's entirely possible too. We don't know what the weapon was.
Law enforcement in Minnesota. They're saying so far they don't have any indications that the killing had anything to do with his personal life.
Nope. How can you say that confidently when people are arguing that it's a veterinary gun? You got that backwards? No, that can happen either way, right? You can either have a suppressor with regular ammunition. The suppressor doesn't allow for enough blowback into the weapon for it to cycle. That can absolutely happen. And same vice versa. If you just use subsonic rounds, it can not create enough, not enough blowback. No. Listen, I'm not a firearms expert, but I do know a little bit about firearms, and I like the people that I would listen to about firearms were talking about this. So, subsonic may not. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? I know you don't have guns. You don't know shit about me, Decon Frost. Okay. We have all the data we need. Socialized healthcare is just better for the overwhelming majority of people. That's not socialism. That's just regular social democracy policy. Well, I mean, like most European countries have some sort of like multi-payer system. I think that like in the United States, there's more likely than not, the only possible thing that we would ever get is a multi-payer, public option type of thing. But still, like that's really good. I think that we should push for that sort of thing. Right. And have the public option be very robust, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because obviously, like if like everyone's going to like sit here and shit talk the healthcare people. And this is the weird thing that I'm seeing with conservatives, right? At least in the conservatives that I'm seeing on Twitter talk about this, and people that I think are like kind of normie conservatives, I see them like simultaneously not wanting there to be socialized. I say socialized. It's not socialism. It's literally just like an option that the government has that like plenty of other capitalist countries in the world have, right? Like a public option. They say that that's socialism. We don't want that. But they're also super ass mad at the way that our insurance system is. Like, you can't have it both ways. You either have a, free market, you get what you get based off of who you pay for, or you have like the option to get private insurance, and you also can you can have the public option and then like top off your insurance with extra insurance, Every place that has social medicine comes to America. That's not true. Subsonic have less gunpowder, creating less speed, less noise, less blowback. Yeah, exactly. Wait, why are you saying exactly to him when I said that exact same fucking thing earlier? Some guns had a catch to prevent cycle during assassination. Like the gun knows, like, oh, well, you're killing this guy unjustifiably, so therefore we're going to... What do you mean? You said regular charge ammo? I said... Okay, it's because you're not listening to me. Or maybe I'm not being clear enough, okay? No, I don't think that the Decon Frost guy is trolling me. There was a troll in here earlier. I can tell when people are trolling me. What I'm saying is, like, any one of the variables that people are talking about, right, could have led to there not being the gun cycling, right? The suppressor itself, from what I understand, now I've never fired a gun with a fucking suppressor on it because it's just not something I need to do it. Right? It's not something I need to do, right? So my understanding is if you have a suppressor, it can, in certain models of guns, right, cause the gun to not cycle because there's not enough blowback. If it's subsonic rounds, that can cause there not to be enough pressure for it to cycle back, right? And if you have a combination of the two, then you're kind of like asking for it, right? It could be one of those three things. That's all I'm saying. America likes socialized roads. No one ever complained about that. Some things are just better if we work together. Yeah, like, and again, like, I'm a free market kind of guy. I am pro-capitalism. I do not like socialism. I used to be a socialist, and I learned about economics, and, I took a couple of econ courses in college, and I was like, oh, you know what? This socialism shit is really fucking retarded, It turns out that, this entire, like, economic system that I thought that I subscribed to is all based on fucking bullshit and lies. And all the nice stories that were sold to me were just bullshit. No, subsonics are sometimes chosen because they don't run the action. Well, why would you want the action to not? I would assume that the reason you choose subsonics in an assassination is because it's quieter, right? Like, people aren't choosing the subsonic rounds because it doesn't cycle the gun, right? Unless you can give me like a good reason during an assassination you don't want your gun. The action itself makes noise. Well, I mean, a suppressor isn't fucking silent in the first place. It's not like you're fucking snapping, right? It still sounds like a clap, right? With a 9mm, right? Like, I'm pretty sure. Again, I've never fucking fired a fucking suppressor. Suppressor 9mm. Like, it sounds like a clap, right? How to choose the best suppressor. Can I just get like a shorts video? Okay, this is 12 seconds long. Yeah, see, that's still fucking loud, okay? Like, with the subsonics, I don't think that it's going to reduce, like, it will reduce the noise significantly, right? But, like, I don't think that at that point the action is what's going to give you away, All guns paired with different ammo will produce different effects. Yeah, I mean, of course, that's what we're talking about, right? Do you think it would be loud in a city setting? Yeah. A bunch of hard surfaces for the sound to bounce off of? Yeah. Like if you're out in the woods on a snowy day, it probably would be a lot quieter than in the middle of a fucking city. Yeah, I'm pretty sure gunshots inside of like a hardcore, like dense city like that is going to be like fairly fucking loud, right? You're basically shooting inside, but there's no ceiling. Lots of car sounds bouncing around too, though. It doesn't. What does that matter? Hold on, I'm getting so fucking sidetracked. We got 32 seconds into this fucking video. The sidewalks and the cars diminish the sound a lot? No, now I know you're fucking trolling me. Now, you know what? I didn't think you were fucking trolling me before, but I know that sidewalks are not going to be something that is going to dampen sound, okay? I know a little bit about fucking sound, okay? And the harder the surface is, the more likely the sound is going to reflect off of it, all right? You need something that has, softness to it, something that will let the sound go through it a little bit to dissipate the sound so it doesn't reflect straight off of it. Concrete, believe it or not, is a really, really dense, all things considered, a really dense and hard, surface. It's not going to absorb the sound. Yeah, I'm stun locked like a motherfucker. We're going to watch this, okay?
The breaking news, we've got new details about the gun used by the suspected shooter.
Who is sidetracking? Could we talk about why you are not a socialist? Oh, fuck off. JK, okay. Well, hold on, internet guess. I'm not clicking anything right now.
Police revealing just moments ago that they are looking into the possibility, as you look here, that the assassin used, right there, let's pause it, that gun in his hand as a veterinarian gun. That's a larger firearm. It's used on farms and ranches. Police are also revealing they're talking to Brian Thompson's family as well as people he worked with and local law enforcement in Minnesota. They're saying so far they don't have any indications that the killing had anything to do with his personal life.
Hold on. You know when the little shrubs stack stone in front of your house to diminish road noise by 50% and they are only 30 inches tall silences? It's because they're reflecting the sound away from your house. They're reflecting the noise away from your house. Those big things that are on the side of highways that block off the highway noise from like a subdivision or a suburb. Those are there because they're reflecting the noise back out, away. They're not absorbing them whatsoever. They're not absorbing the sound. They're reflecting it away from the house. And also, in the middle of fucking Manhattan, I don't think there's very many fucking shrubs or stack stones in front of the fucking buildings. You're trolling the fuck out of me right now. And I almost don't appreciate it. The car's made from sheet metal. Okay, you're actually retarded. You're either retarded or you're trolling, and I'm watching the video.
Back with me now, the former Boston Police Commissioner Ed Davis and former NYPD Detective David Sarney. Okay, obviously, this is at this point moving very quickly here on this Friday night. Ed, can I just start with you? This gun, and we were freeze framing it there. We've heard about it that there were a couple of jams, right, that might have had to do with the silencer so far, but now this new reporting, a larger sort of rifle used to put down animals on farms. What would that actually reveal about this killer that he would have had such a gun?
Hi, Aaron. There certainly have been a number of theories as to why that gun had to be cocked so many times. And frankly, this is a valid explanation for it. If this is a specialized weapon that's used on a farm, it wouldn't need to be automatically able to fire after each round. It would be something that you could do a single shot with. And it appears as though that's what's happening here. Now, that would lead one to believe that there may be some nexus to rural areas of the country, and this is either someone who's been aggrieved by the insurance company or maybe even an activist that is making a statement about business.
Right. So, David, this is obviously new information, but can I just ask you your instinct on how hard it would be to obtain something like this? And I guess to state the obvious, I don't want to say a normal person because we're not talking about a normal person, but it isn't obviously the first, second, or even third, or even 15th kind of thing you'd think of in terms of a gun, right? It is very specific, right?
Definitely very specific, and accessibility always deals with firearms. And that's why when this video came out, everybody was already making perceptions. And the benefit of this is when you start researching this and start doing the work, you find out more nuances about this firearm. We thought it was jammed, as former commissioner said. This is an unusual type of firearm to bring, but it comes back to accessibility. Someone had access to this. Did the shooter have it? Did he obtain access from someone else? Did he steal the gun from a location? And there is some slight of proficiency in utilizing the firearm. So is he the one that owned that gun? Because that gun is, usually when it comes to firearms, the gun usually floats from place to place, person to person. Usually when it comes to an illegal firearm. This may be something that he possessed or he obtained possession of it from someone else.
John, obviously a lot of new developments today. The idea, first of all, on this gun is interesting. The idea that it could be a veterinary or a gun that veterinarians use.
Yeah, what Chief Kenny is talking about is after this assassination, the NYPD went to its firearms experts and said, what is this gun with this enormous silencer? And they examined it closely. It's a blurry shot, but they also looked at the way he was manipulating the weapon, and they said, that looks like the B&T VP9. Now, as you see, it has this large extended silencer that is screwed onto a threaded, rather short barrel. But the way the gun works is you fire it.
I just like the fact that, veterinary gun, dude. Veterinary gun. Dude, I worked at a vet office. Dude, if one of the fucking vets just, whipped out a fucking 9mm, I don't know what I would have fucking done. I don't know.
That trigger, and then it doesn't automatically load the next round. You have to pull back on the rear of that slide and then let it go to eject one round and feed the next in. If we look at that videotape taken during the actual shooting, you see him fire the gun, he's pulling back, firing the gun.
So it's not necessarily that it jammed, per se.
Right, so that's the question. And here's the investigative conundrum, which is he's manipulating that gun that appears to be this kind of assassin's weapon, but they also found shell casings on the ground, but they also found live rounds. So the question is, was he familiar enough with the working of the weapon?
Right.
Did he?
It does look like in the second, there's, if we re-rack it, he fires, he does it, he fires, there, and then he fires, and then he seems to tap it 2 or 3 times.
Right, so either he's undergoing a malfunction because he doesn't know how that weapon works, or it's a blurry shot. It may be another weapon, even a ghost gun with a large suppressor or silencer
Scott, what do you
on the end.
Like you mentioned, either there was a malfunction where he was doing the drill tap rack ready to cycle another round in there, or he got overzealous and he cycled 2 rounds there instead of just pulling it back and letting 1 round cycle into the chamber.
But there's a weird cultural thing here. You wouldn't be committing a professional murder with a veterinary's gun, but this gun is based on the design of something called the well rod. And even going back to the British and the Allied forces in World War II in the 1940s, the well rod was the assassin's weapon. When you fire it with that suppressor, you get a sound like a book hitting a table in a library.
And the idea of why a vet would have that is so that it doesn't disturb, other animals.
Exactly. It's practically silent. Is it a
9mm? Did they say that already, or am I insane?
Significant round. It's a 9mm round.
This is why God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth.
And it's meant for close-up killing. It's meant for vets to kill an animal by shooting it in the head or somewhere, that's going to be fatal. But it would work the exact same way on humans very effectively and extraordinarily quietly.
Juliet, if he's going, if he commits this murder, gets on the bike, goes through Central Park, goes up to, into the 80s on the west side, hops in a cab, goes to the bus station, I assume those are all things if he came to this city. There's not a lot of people who aren't from this city would even know about that bus station up by the George Washington Bridge. And I don't know if that's one of the things in the 10 days of reconnaissance that while he was in the city that he learned about, but there can't have been at that time in the morning that many buses going to places from that bus terminal by the George Washington Bridge. I don't know how busy that terminal is, but it's got to be less busy than Port Authority.
Right, and it is. And but what we do know from this
very
activity
loud
is
book.
he planned his exit and probably his exit from the city almost as carefully as.
How did the guy just vanish? They said he's on camera boarding a bus. They have no idea where the bus went, so they could further track cameras on the bus route. My understanding, at least as far as my very, very, very little understanding of this that's going on is that they tracked him to the bus station, but they don't have any cameras from inside the bus station. Is that right? Because that's what it sounded like when I was listening to it. Okay, I want to move my operation for making stuff down here.
He planned the assassination. So this is someone who's thinking of the full circle. This is not a mass shooting. It's not a suicide. It is someone who wanted to get out and thought through it. And all those actions that you just said, not once does he stop, not once does he surveys, not once do we see his face. So I have been writing and saying, whatever we think this is someone. The police are doing one thing and they are bumping up against the anticipation he had that they would do exactly that. And he is playing, it's sort of like a cat and mouse now. The surveillance has not been as fruitful as we wish. Even the face that we see is apparently not showing a match. He kind of knows how to cover himself. And so in some ways, this surveillance state, which exists in this city, it's a dense city, it's got lots of cameras.
Something that I didn't know existed in New York City is they have some kind of system set up so that if there's a gun that fires inside the city, then you just... like the police are just like instantly alerted. Like that's insane. You need your bank details to rent the rent bike. Well, here's also my understanding is that the initial thought that it was a city bike is not true. Is that right? Didn't City Bike come out and say that wasn't ours? Yeah. So it wasn't actually a city bike that he took. So if it wasn't a city bike, I don't know if it was like some other brand of like rent-a-bike, because I've been to New York City one time and we did not use the rent-a-bikes. So, yeah, I can't really speak directly to that. But it seems like one second, let me clear this out. Seems like he knew what his getaway was going to be. He knew this was highly planned out. Or maybe he's like a professional hitman or something. Who knows? But little sensors on the light poles. Yeah, no, that's fucking crazy that exists. Just like in general, that it can distinguish between like a car backfiring and how can it distinguish between a car backfiring and like a firearm, right? Or something like exploding. Well, not something exploding, something crashing down, something like a garbage truck, like hitting something, Professionals don't use firearms. Well, listen, I don't know shit about the professional killing world. So if you have insights into that, some personal insight or professional insight, you could tell me all about it, Sonic fingerprint. Like, I guess I shouldn't say that it's like completely unbelievable, but it is pretty insane that we have that kind of technology. Like, I will say that. Oh, I don't even have room to fuck it. Oh, damn it. Oh, damn it. I need to offload some of this shit.
In some ways, he was surveying it and knew how to get around it.
Scott, how much does him leaving the city, if in fact that's what he did, we know he got into the bus station, we don't know, no video of him leaving, how much does that complicate the law enforcement manhunt?
Well, now it's completely expanded tenfold here in where he could be, and he's had how many days now advance on law enforcement there to, work himself out of the New York City area. Obviously, it would be easier to try to corral him within the city because there are all these choke points, right, with bridges and tunnels and the way out there through bus, train, plane. And, I figured he was going to come in and go out by bus because there's less scrutiny there with not having to provide identification, no screening of bags there. So
traveling with a weapon.
Right. If he's bringing the weapon in here, then he can do that obviously a lot easier on bus and potentially on a train, but not on a plane, obviously.
John, we've been talking about why wasn't the bag found in the last couple of days? Central Park, if he was only in that park for 15 minutes, we know generally where he entered.
Well, hold on. We don't even know if it was a malfunction or not. Like, if it was the gun that they're talking about, then he expected it to malfunction in the first place. And if he, had done as much planning as he seems to have done, it's also not too unbelievable that he would know that, okay, well, I'm going to use this gun, and if I use the suppressor and subsonic rounds, then it's not going to cycle all the way, so I need to cycle it every time I shoot the gun, right? Now you know why someone would do it? I understand why someone would use the fucking silencer, my guy. What do you think I'm just sitting here doddering around I can't even imagine why someone would use a fucking suppressor while doing a political assassination. Come on.
And where he exited, there's a limited route you can travel. I know they're being very careful, and Shimon is reporting they used an excavator and they got the surrounding material as well in case he spit or there's any DNA on the ground. But would somebody have immediately looked inside the bag? I mean, with a Tyvek suit and, just to see, is the gun there?
Their instructions were, if you find it, freeze the location. Do not touch it. Wait for the detectives.
This guy's probably going to get caught at some point. Don't get me wrong, Ultra Peaks. I don't think this guy's probably going to get away with it. I would be really, really surprised if he did. But yeah, the idea that this guy was so well planned out that he would be able to just get away with it completely without any trace is more crazy to me than him getting caught,
Wait for the crime scene unit and let them package this up, because this is one of these things where even touching it or going through it with rubber gloves.
Is it easy to find fingerprints on a backpack that's made of cloth? Can you find fingerprints? I mean, I'm not fucking in criminal justice. I would just assume that fingerprints probably stick to non-porous, something that's flat, something that's not made of cloth, right? I don't think that fingerprints show up on cloth, right?
You can smudge prints, move DNA, contaminate it with if you find.
Looked inside the bag, I mean, with a Tyvek suit and, just to see, is the gun there?
Their instructions were, if you find it, freeze the location. Do not touch it. Wait for the detectives, wait for the crime scene unit, and let them package this up, because this is one of these things where even touching it or going through it with rubber gloves, you can smudge prints, move DNA, contaminate it with your own material. When they go to trial, they want to be able to testify. This was all done with perfect procedure in terms of trying to preserve that evidence and then extract that evidence.
We know it's interesting, though. He wanted to escape, but he also wanted to leave behind bullets that have these words written on them.
That's exactly right. He is the master of sort of wanting to be seen but not wanting to be found. And this gets to what we've all been talking about, this sort of the creation of a cult around him, him becoming a sort of folk hero for people who don't like their health insurance companies. I think it's disgusting, but nonetheless, the fact that he seems to come from nowhere and go nowhere. The NYPD is now at day 3, almost day 4, and nowhere closer, is part of what he's able to manipulate. So I think he is using technology apology media, these hints of the bullets, the coy smile while flirting, but not enough to know who he is. All of that shows someone who I think is sophisticated, at least in media and creating this aura around him.
All right, people. Well, it's getting to about that time of night. I'm going to have to make dinner. All right. Unfortunately, streamers too have to eat. But we have a couple more minutes, so if we would, just for us to chat, and if you want to ask me any questions or ask my opinion on anything. Eating so cringe. True. It's confirmed he left DNA on the water bottle, right? Or is that not confirmed? I haven't heard about them finding literally anything on the guy. There's hope for you. There's hope for you too, buddy. For a gun-loving people, that's pretty weak. This is the true assassin's gun. Jesus. Y'all remember when fucking Hassan just like posted this, like quote tweeting, who was it? Josh Hawley? Every beer contains a sandwich. I am probably going to be drinking as soon as I end stream. I ran out of the little edible gummies that I had, so now we're moving on to drinking. They held a CEO shooter lookalike competition in Washington Park earlier today. Imagine if he showed up to that. That was a Fed op trying to see if he would come out. Let's see here. I feel like there was some other meme thing that I wanted to show. But I'm not going to lie. I'm, at this point, fucking tired. I'm not sure what else we could go over. Company used an AI with 90% error rate to shut down claims. It's hard to argue the callousness the public has for them is irrational or unwarranted. Like, again, like, I understand it. I think that it, like, I don't know. Like I said earlier, I feel like the thing for me is I'm fine with like edgy humor, even up to like racial humor and shit like that. But if I feel like the person actually means it and like it does want something to happen to like more people, like that Taylor Lorenz person, like sharing the name and face and the LinkedIn of the other healthcare CEO, like. I don't think it's funny anymore. Now I just think it's like a call to violence, right? Same thing with racist jokes. Like if you're gonna tell a joke that's like has racial humor in it, that can be funny. That can be fine. I'm totally fine with that. But when you're doing it, and I also feel like, oh, this guy actually hates black people. Now it changes how I view the joke, right? I do think that the broader feeling is definitely there, and like acknowledging that or like not acknowledging that would be fucking stupid. If you're not going to acknowledge the fact that like look at like how 90% of the internet is reacting to this fucking cold-blooded fucking killing, right? They're like, yeah, I don't really fucking care about this guy since he is in charge of a healthcare thing and everyone's healthcare is super fucked up in the United States. Yeah, obviously there's something to take away from that, you know? It's honestly just irresponsible with people dumb enough to think it's a good idea. There's a lot of dumb people who fall prey to calls to violence like that. Yes, exactly. Like, that's the thing is, I don't think that people who like go out and do like political violence on average are very rational people, right? There are people who like go out and do like mass shootings. Like I think school shooters have average to like slightly above average IQs, right? But like these people aren't like rational thinkers. Just because you have a high IQ, I think that there are people who have like schizophrenia that have high IQs, but that doesn't mean that they're that they're rational thinkers, right? Violence, look at a major city in America. I'm super okay with this guy. I see him almost like a hero. I think, listen, you can think that. I think it's really fucking cringe. I don't think that lauding, political violence is ever good. I said the same thing, even though I fucking hate Donald Trump. I didn't think that the assassination on Donald Trump was good. I didn't think that either of the attempts on his life were like good things that happened, both for our democracy or for like the principle of it. There are like problems, but like the problem is shooting the guy as the CEO of a healthcare company isn't going to change anything, right? It's not going to change anything because we're not identifying the problem correctly. The problem isn't the individual greed of a couple of CEOs, right? I will, Tron. The problem isn't the individual corruption or the individual greed of some CEOs. There needs to be some fucking legislation passed that fixes something in our fucking healthcare, right? It won't change anything if this is the only instance of the violent act. I don't think that if there were multiple of these, like, again, like, do you think that there was any change to any policy due to all of the mass shootings that happened from like 2015 to 20? I don't think, when was the last like white nationalist shooting? Like specifically because they hate black people or whatever, right? Was it 2021, 2016, 2015 to 2021? Like, what policy changed as a result of those things? Fucking nothing. Like, you have to have a better idea of what's going to change. And also, like, if a bunch of CEOs keep on getting fucking murked and people just, like, replace them, like, you might change the policies of a couple of those companies for a little bit, maybe. But like at the end of the day, nothing has changed in the system. So those things can just backslide immediately. Violence is the absolute determinant of all policies. Listen, you're talking to a political science student. Like if you boil it all the way down to its base components, like boiling down water until it's like, you heat it up until the hydrogen and the oxygen atoms split. Like at that point, you're like kind of right. It's, those examples do not count because the mass shootings did not affect the elites. Man, we have one crazy conservative and then a possible lefty in chat agreeing. That's insane. Okay, you know what? This Decon Frost guy is absolutely a fucking troll. And you know what? That was the fucking nail in the coffin for it. I was trained in war and a product of eugenics. That's fucking hilarious. Now I know you're a troll. And you know what? It's a good troll. I'll allow it because it's a good cow. It's a good fucking troll. But yeah, like, again, like shooting. Here's the thing. You can talk about political violence all you fucking want. At the end of the day, if people just go around and start murking every CEO of like a industry that people don't like, I think people will eventually not be okay with it. I don't think people will be okay with it. If people go around and start killing fucking politicians in this country, people probably aren't going to be okay with it because most people don't tend towards the extremes, right? Like the extremism that happens in the United States right now is like largely located online and then like occasionally shows itself in public through acts of violence, You are poor, you have no power, and you are framing yourself as a knockoff destiny. What am I saying that as framing myself as a knockoff Destiny? I don't even know what Destiny's take on this is. I'm not saying it's good. Wait, what are you saying looking at self? Because I didn't see anything else that you said. I hate Trump. Good for you. Me too. See the Nick tweet? It's breaking news in the Discord. Let's see. Here, I'll do this real quick. Oh, wait, wrong one. There we go. Just in, neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes arrested for battery. Trump dinner guest Nick Fuentes has been arrested after pepper spraying a woman and pushing her to the ground after she rang his doorbell. Fuentes was booked on November 27th. Court date is December 19th. Wait, why are you saying this is breaking news? Okay, so the only way to change things non-violently is to get money out of politics, which you can't do because money in politics. No, I mean, like, listen, I feel like the problems that we have in the United States right now, like, money in politics might be a problem, right? But getting money out of politics in the way that money is in politics in our country, it's like seeing someone who's been shot in the stomach and walking over to them and saying, I need a Band-Aid right now, right? Like, or probably more accurately, like someone who's been shot in the stomach and then they like broke their wrist on the way down to the ground, like trying to fix the broken wrist instead of like trying to patch up the fucking stomach. Like, money in politics might be a fucking problem, but it's not actually like the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that Americans don't vote for things that are like helpful. The things that people tend to focus on in this country are so fucking ass backward. And there's so many different reasons for that. And I mean, if you think I'm wrong on this, we can have a conversation next time I stream because I'm about to end. But like, I just don't think that the, like, you know, campaign finance laws or anything like that, I don't think that those are going to, like, solve anything. I'm a Trump supporter? Then why the fuck are you bitching about money in politics? There is no fuck. You guys you're insane. And I know that you're a troll at this point after that fucking funny eugenics statement. Because Kamala outspent Trump by a lot. I actually don't know if that's true. I've heard that, but that's because they're going based off of what the campaign spent, but it's not talking about how much like super PACs spent. You might be right. I'm not saying that you're necessarily wrong. Just, I don't know how much, like, in terms of like PACs and super PACs spending outside of the campaigns themselves, how much money was spent there. In terms of the campaigns themselves, you are right. Kamala did outspend Trump by how much? I don't know how much. But like when you look at how much like Elon spent, right? And you look at how much, like, you know, the other people that were like putting money into PACs and how much the PACs were spending. I don't know what the end result would be out of that. Your parents fucked and you came out. My parents had a goal and here I am. I love this guy. I love this guy. We haven't had a funny schizo poster in chat in a long time, dude. Holy shit. We need some kind of system change. It's just that basically no one knows what that means or how to progress to a better system. Most people are satisfied with an easy out, like migrants or lazy people. Yeah, like identifying the problem is like the first step, but everybody is identifying the wrong fucking problems, you know? Is the most important number one issue. I used to believe the same thing, but like, fuck, I wish that there was a guy, socialist actually, named Socialism Done Left, SDL, who put out this really, really convincing video with a bunch of sources that I went through, and I made sure this was like as I was on my way out of being a socialist, while I was learning about economics. And yeah, it seems like money in politics, it does shape policy, but it's usually policy that nobody fucking knows about. Like small little provisions in the side of a bill to like help out a company with something that nobody fucking cares about. But when it comes to like the large scale pieces of legislation that people vote for politicians on, money in politics does not matter. It does not influence the way that those votes work, because it tends to go with what the party that has the mandate from the people put out. Okay, I have time for like 2 more things, but really quick, if you're watching real quick, if you haven't, you guys should go to Sondsol on YouTube, and you should go to that first channel that shows up right here, and you should go and you should hit the subscribe button. All right, subscribing helps me out a whole lot. All right, I am fine with people who disagree with me, and in fact, I encourage it. I love to talk to people I disagree with, and I change my opinion accordingly. When people give me a good enough argument with, data and stats and shit like that to back it up, I will change my mind. My entire worldview has been changed live on stream over the past fucking however long I've been streaming. All right, so. Yeah, if you guys like my content, please subscribe, please like the stream, etc., etc. Also, if you guys want to interact with me, or if you guys want to jump on the stream next time, there is the link to my Discord. There are other ways to support me as well. If you go to Patreon, guess what? I am going to be pushing this a little bit harder. Wait, hold on. Copy link. Guys, if you love me, you will subscribe to the Patreon. There's the Patreon link right there. All right. Here's the Patreon link right here for people in the short stream, and the Patreon link in this one right here. Right now, the only goal. How do I just like view? Open in, right, copy. I have to open it in a fucking incognito mode. Paste and go. Right now, the only membership thing is for $3.50 per month. We're going to be adding more tiers and more things. I'm thinking about like writing articles to like fully flesh out my positions and shit like that. I'm thinking about doing like game nights in the Discord, shit like that, community stuff. I'd like to build the community, especially since I moved across the country and I don't know anyone IRL over here. Socializing is becoming increasingly difficult. I feel like the only person that I talk to on a regular basis is my girlfriend, unfortunately. So we're going to be doing more stuff with the Discord. We're going to be doing more stuff with the Patreon, etc., etc. So if you guys click join on that, it would help me out quite a bit. It is the season of giving thanks. And it's time to give thanks to your streamer by donating to him. All right. Prime Kai lives out there, I think. You don't even know where I live. Nair, if you're going to guess in DMs, okay? Prime is probably not someone I want to meet IRL, to be honest. I don't think he likes me, and I have a bad taste in my mouth after our last interaction, so. Socializing sounds like socialism. Very true. All right, guys, it is time for me to end stream. I have to guess in DM. What DMs did you guess in? All right, I love you guys very much, but it is time for me to go. I will catch you guys next time, all right? Bye.